Dr. Wheeler, you got everything ready to go? All right, brother. I'd like to say welcome to the County Commissioner meeting. Did I hear somebody say? Oh, okay, there you go.
What about now?
No? What about now?
Push the red button.
Testing?
Yep, you got it.
All right. I can't remember what it said now. Welcome to County Commissioner meeting, June 11th. And want to say welcome. We're a little tight. Scooch up a little bit. We'll try to stay in this arena here. But we'll go ahead and get started. Bifocals. Mike, what have we got here? There you go. Mr. Rowland, I see we got an announcement here on number 2. You wanna?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the annual Macon conference is coming up on July the 15th. If anyone is planning on attending, we just need to know now so we can get that arranged, and we'll also need to appoint a voting delegate to that conference if anyone's planning on attending.
Commissioners, anybody standing in line? Paul, you flying the plane or what?
It's in Hillsborough County, Florida. I think that's Tampa.
Okay, that sounds like a no.
No, you will make sure.
I won't go. Nobody goes.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to number 2, and this is where 3 and 4, Brother John Sherrill, moment of silence and pledge of allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Mr. Rowland, I'll, number 5 and 6, if you would take over those 2 areas.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just at 6:03, so if we could open the public hearing for the budget, you'll need to do that, and then we can open the floor for any discussions that this board would like to have. I think there's a sign-up sheet in the back for the public hearing on the budget. The sheriff will bring it up at this time, and we can get started. And the number 6 is there. The board, anytime after public hearing, the board may consider adoption of the budget.
Okay.
It's general comment. That's the budget right there.
And that's the one that,
Mr. Chairman, you'll need to first open the hearing.
okay. Is there a wording procedure?
No, just bang the gavel and then declare the hearing open.
At this time, I'd like to open the hearing. Let me see, still, it's a public hearing on June 11th, 2024, 6 p.m. Ms. Hazel Norris, you can't be the only one here.
Nobody cares, I guess.
We can put their name down.
First of all, I just want to say thank you, commissioners, for all you do. What I want to talk about a little bit tonight is, first of all, the county employees, the school system is our biggest things we have here in Macon County. Without them, we have nothing. I listened to the hearing last week, was very disappointed in some things. Not going to bring any of that stuff up, but our fire departments, all of our emergency personnel, we don't pay them enough. Now, I know Yuns is going to say we pay them too much. We don't. That's why we got people leaving left and right. Our fire departments, in a year or two, we're not going to have no volunteers. So Yun's going to have to look at if Yun's is going to start paying these men and women. I grew up with family members in the Birmingham Fire Department when it first started. I got a brother-in-law that retired as chief down there many years ago. And I will say, if it hadn't been for the first responders, my dad probably wouldn't have lived another 7 years. He had a blood clot, went from his ankle to his lungs. And thank God for our first responders because they act fast. Then Joey Gibson came on scene and basically saved his life. When we got to the ER doctor told us if it wasn't for the first responders acting so quickly, he would have died and he should have died. But God blessed us with another 7 years with him. We need to really think about our county employees, from the lowest topo all the way to the highest. I don't think our sheriff's department is paid fairly. I'll go ahead and tell you that. I don't think our EMTs is paid fairly. I don't think our fire departments are paid fairly, whether they're paid or volunteered. What do we ever do for them? As a county, how often do we ever recognize our fire departments? How often do we ever step up and do something special for the EMTs? How often do we step up and recognize our sheriff's department? A banker makes more money than a deputy. That's sad, because that deputy's on call 24/7. Their life's on the line every day. But a banker makes more than most of our county employees. Now, I know the budget's probably set, but we need to look ahead. And I don't want to see taxes go up. Believe me, my grocery bill went up $35 from last Monday to this Monday, and I bought basically the same thing. So can you imagine a deputy at $35,000 a year? Got a family of 3 or 4 kids, and now I'm having to go to the grocery store? And I think most of our deputies' wives are working because they can't make it on just that cop salary. But we need to look ahead. We're the lowest county in the state. And I don't want to see taxes go up. But we're not going to have nothing here if they don't eventually go up. So I'm just asking you to start looking ahead, seeing what we can offer. Not only our county employees, our schools. And I may be biased, but I think we got one of the best counties in the state. I think we got some of the best employees of the state. I think we got some of the best school staff of the state. But we need to look ahead. We need to start focusing on what they bring to the table. I've got a granddaughter right now going to college to be a teacher. And our goal is for her to come back to Macon County and work here in Macon County. But we need to look ahead on all our emergency personnel, our county employees. I don't care if they're sitting at that dump. He's important. She's important. We need to recognize them more. We need to respect them. And right now, we're not respecting them because they could go to Jackson County, work at the dump over there, make $4 more an hour. But we need to start respecting all county employees, all school staff. We need to work with our schools, and I'll be the first one to say, I want this high school. We need this high school. Our kids deserve this high school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Thank you very much. Do I need to ask Ms. Rowland, anybody else that wants to be added to the list to speak? All right, passing it down. Is there, yep,
Discuss the area.
I'll jump off that list.
Yes, absolutely.
This is. While you're talking budget. I know every time you all see me coming, you know why I'm coming. Let's pass this on. All right, my name's Jeff Weller. I am a newly elected town board member for the town of Highlands. Brian Steeler is here with me tonight. He's also another commissioner for town of Highlands. And we are proposing to the town, and we've already actively started the grant process, money from the town, et cetera, and also private donations for a new playground, which is an all-inclusive playground in Highlands. It would basically serve that entire side of the county as well as the region. As you already know, Town of Highlands Rec Department, it's part of that, obviously. But we are trying to get to the point that we can start construction. There's a large price tag, but most of that comes with the all-inclusivity aspect of it. The total project is $1.6 million. Sounds extravagant, but it's not when you start talking about the surface required, et cetera, so that every child can participate. So we're trying to bring families into the park, families together, giving them options of things to do as a group and take children to, which is, everybody here will tell you that, all of you that have heard me talk up here before, everything I come to the town or the county for is related to children, whether it be the schools, whether it be the soccer field, whether it be the rec department, et cetera. The two liaisons to the rec department, Josh and John, already know about this project. We've been talking about it at Rec Commission. I brought it up. But out of the $1.6 million, we have already, the town has agreed, or the town commissioners have agreed to $250,000 towards it. We've also applied for a $500,000 PARTIF grant, which we had our meeting last week with the PARTIF representatives. In addition to that, we have started, as I mentioned, private donations. So out of a $1.6 million project, our ask to you all this evening and in the coming months is $350,000 towards this, which is 20% of the total project. So if you look at it this way, the county gets $1.6 million for your $350,000 contribution to the cause. The remaining $700,000 is all going to be privately funded. We're going to raise that money. So nearly 50%, almost half of that is going to be private money. We are already 2 weeks into this process with a newspaper article and just talking to people on the street. We have raised $130,000 of our $700,000 commitment, so to speak. Like I said, as we get into this process and moving forward, we are respectfully asking that the county would consider putting in roughly 20% of the project. Since, again, it's the town of Highlands, but at the same time, most of the users of it are not town residents. I mean, there's only 2,100 town residents out of all the people that use it. Only for the past 3 years have I lived in town, but I've used the rec park for 30 years. And I was in the Highlands Township, so I was county only. I wasn't paying towards any of this. So I just want to point all that out and just ask you to respectfully consider a $350,000 contribution towards it.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. At this time, we'll close the public hearing. Does that take a motion or anything, or we just close it? With the gavel, all right. Let's see where we're going now. Just roll number 6, anything?
Discuss the
Okay? If you have items, if the board has items you want to discuss, I talked with some of the commissioners earlier today. If you have an item you want to discuss, I may recommend it be moved to July the 9th. But so if you have something. I mean, oh, June, yeah.
Can't hear you all.
July, Mr. Shields, could you check and see if your microphone's on?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? This muffler must not work.
You're gonna have to, Mr. Chairman, when you lean into the mic, you can hear it. If you're back a little bit, it's not working.
Right now? All right. So in the, Mr. On number 6, since I wasn't loud enough or speaking, can you talk about that again?
Yeah, I think now if the board would like to discuss the fiscal year 25 budget, now would be the time to do that. I think you saw the recommended budget that I presented to you, and we've had multiple meetings and discussions on that budget. And I think, as I've stated before, I think it's a great budget. I think it is a once-in-a-lifetime budget, and I think it's a budget that is going to move Macon County forward in a way that is going to be great for all segments of this community. And with that being said, if there's any further discussion needed, now is the time. And again, anything pertaining to the budget that was proposed, each one has a copy.
Elders first.
Age before beauty.
The second elder.
I'm not the oldest member of the board. Again, thank y'all for being here. This is the budget that's been compiled. Took a lot of work from the committee, the budget committee staff, Derek and Tammy and Lori, everybody that played a part in this. You did it's a phenomenal thing. 6 months worth of work. And just for a comparison, that's the agenda for tonight. And they put this thing together. Tammy plays a key role in that, and I thank each of them for their involvement in it. And it's a budget. I'm always one of those that likes to see things not go up rapidly. And this is my last budget, so I'm not been sitting through this. Will be number 12. I think I've been here a little bit longer than Derek. But a couple of things. We've talked about some things, and there's nothing major about the budget that I can't live with. I can live with it like it is. We've casually talked about a couple, 3 items here that I'm going to throw up. I'm not requesting a vote on any of them. A consensus is sufficient to me. But since I've been on this board, there's been a couple of things. Number one, and we're going to, I think Ms. Cotton's coming tonight with community funding pool. It's been my position for years that we should not be able to take taxpayers' money and fund charities. Some of these, I don't even know what they are. I think it's the responsibility of elected officials to appropriate funds. So if it were up to me, I would convert the responsibility of funding 501c3s on an individual basis, and it would be the responsibility of this elected body. Consensus on community funding pool, $75,000 a year. Is it stay or go? That's all I'm asking. Then I'll move to the next one.
I
Say
agree,
go.
Commissioner. Town of Franklin, I believe, Town of Highlands has done away with the funding pool, and I think it's appropriate that we remove the funding for that
After this year.
after this year. The funds are already in for this year. But allocating for next year, I agree with you. I think it's,
Well, Mr. Higdon, I'll play politics with you. I feel like if we're principled and we really follow this guideline, this is a worthy program. But the problem is, I'm guilty of it as well. We come in here and we fund nonprofits throughout the whole year. And I think that's the problem is we allocate $75,000 for the fund balance, but we probably spend $250 or $300 throughout the duration of the year. So I'm prepared to kind of go either way, but I feel like I would rather take a more principled approach and just say, unless it's an emergency, if it's not on here, we can't fund it, period. And actually use this for what it is and for what it's worth. But I can do without. I mean, it's not detrimental to me, and I'm kind of right in the middle of the road, I'll be honest.
Thank you, sir. Let me say a couple of things. I've been with Kids Place over 30 years. If we had to pay for what Kids Place does for the kids and families and stuff like that, we'd go broke. So I feel very strongly about these monies going to these 10 organizations because Kids Place is one of them. And I just happen to work with them for all these years, and I see what they do in helping families. And the same thing for Reach. I'm not sure they're on this list, but before we push this away, I think we should really look at it and see what these organizations actually do for the families of Macon County. And it takes a tremendous amount of money to keep it going. And we do this through a lot of grants. And CAC, Child Advocacy Center here in North Carolina, are big help. And I'd like to see it stay because of the job that they do. And if they were not here, you would have a big void, or it would be a pretty good amount of money that you would need to put in the health department or somewhere to compensate for what they do. And that's my opinion on it, just because I work with Kids Place and Reach a lot.
So I'd like to say I stand in agreement with some things with Josh. In that if we take a more disciplined approach to this, I think a lot of these are worthy. We have a nonprofit ourselves. Personally, I would, for me, as far as I'm concerned, there are plenty other ways to get money, to raise money for a nonprofit. But these are, a lot of very worthy causes on this. So I feel like if we can stay disciplined on this, I don't have a problem with continuing this.
Yeah?
I think a fundamental issue I have is, this is hard for me because I guess I get emotional. I've witnessed some of these nonprofits, and if I were to, place the funding, I think I would have emphasis on other areas. I'll just go ahead and call it out. Teen Challenge of the Smokies. I mean, they gave them $4,000 out of $10,000 requested. I mean, that's life-changing. And to me, it's hard because here I am nitpicking somebody's work that they spend all this time, money, and effort into, and I mean, this is the first time I've seen this paperwork. I haven't seen it until today. So it's hard. I mean, when I say emotional, I mean, they're worthy. I don't know. I think I would like to see Men's Challenge funded.
And I'm not saying stop the funding.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the process. I think all funds that are to be dispersed or appropriated should be from an elected body who is responsible. And if that's good, so I'm taking that's maybe a 3-2 on that as a consensus.
well, I'd just like to elaborate just a little bit. These organizations that are on this list, and there are many more out there, they are a very worthy, and they do fantastic work.
Absolutely.
But for $75,000 on a $63 million budget, what is the taxpayers actually contributing? And if the taxpayers want to go over to Teen Challenge, they're gonna give them more than $2. So my idea behind this is if, like the chairman said, he supports children, all these organizations. I don't think there's anyone in this room that don't support children. So therefore, they are a very worthy organization. But if my heart and soul is with Teen Challenge and I want to help them, then I'm going to go help them financially out of my pocket instead of us allocating $75,000 and another group of people working and choosing how much money that each one of these organizations get.
I mean, is that something you'd like to have this board take on?
Well, I think.
Would that help?
I think we should absolutely be in the process. I mean, just like you said, same way with me. I just saw that list and reviewed it just for. But there's got to be a reason why the town of Highlands and the town of Franklin has done away with these monies. And it's along the lines of, in my mind, for us to tax the citizens of Macon County and then a committee decide who's going to get what part of that money. I just think that's not what the government is set up to do.
Okay. 3-2.
I mean, I'm
I'm good with either way. That's my viewpoint. We've
Yeah.
talked about it and ever since Kevin was here,
so is it.
we've talked about it.
But it's still in place this year. It's,
Yeah,
Oh, it's
this
in
is-
place, it's gonna be in place next year. I mean,
Right.
but I think that I like the idea of people, of those organizations coming and presenting their facts to the board face to face. We're the elected officials. We're responsible for appropriating funds. But I'm good with that.
May I just give a little scenario here with, talking about fire departments here in a little while. But in August, Highlands Fire Department does an open house. And give the kids fire truck rides and everything else. And we serve hot dogs, drinks, and chips. We charge $5 a plate for that. And it's a fundraiser. The money goes into the local relief fund for the fire department. Well, through the years, I would watch children come over there with no money, no parents with them. And you could tell they would love to have a hot dog, so I was buying all those kids their plates. So after the people retired, the fireman that was in control of that, I took over that part. And instead of charging $5 a plate, I said, let's ask for donations. We've never looked back, folks. If you ask for donations, people are much more generous than if you're taxing them and you say, well, I paid my taxes, they got my tax money. But that's all I'm saying, is if your heart and soul is in one of these organizations, you're going to do everything you can to help them. Fire department plates, I know it's totally off the wall from what we're talking about, but it is a guaranteed fact. People are more generous if you ask for donations than set a charge to something.
And it gives exposure to the organizations that come before this board with the media present to get a little PR time, just like Jeff coming in. Everybody knows now what the Highlands Community Playground's about. Okay, good deal.
Okay.
Secondly, Cowie School. We funded that thing for 12 years. Is that before you come? 12 years. It was set up. We funded for 3 years, $60,000. We're still funding. It's sure it's a small item. It's $20,000. It's the oldest building in our system. I think it's built in 43. There's private businesses being run out of it. It's a good thing. But I think at some point, if the trouble with the government, they start something, but they never end anything. And it's not whether it's a big item or a small item. But I think it would be appropriate, if I were in charge, which I'm not, is to find a method of disposal that's satisfactory to everybody involved. I don't think it's appropriate for us to continue paying utilities I don't know if we're paying the landscaping, yard maintenance and all that now, but I think they finally took that over. We don't know what, they've requested 20,000 this year, and that is small potatoes, believe you me, but usually it's 50 to 60,000. Have no idea what their finances are. I know they got a good grant from the state. So at some point, I think it would behoove us to find a method of disposal, i.e., like we did with the Pine Grove Community Center there. We wanted to dispose of that building. We were approached, the full board was approached by interested citizens who had ideas. I'm not saying sell the thing, but what other means of operation is available to that? I'm not saying do it tonight, but if there's consensus, is maybe then instruct the attorney to find proper methods of disposal. It's consensus on that, yea or nay, real quick, we'll go on. It's not a deal breaker for me.
I feel like there's a lot of cost associated to your point, Mr. Higdon, insurance, utilities, and just like every other school that's functionally obsolete, we've turned back over to the community. And I'm prepared to grant them the building, maybe for $1, and let them pursue, financial opportunities of their own. So, in full support. I feel like I don't want to dump it on their lap when they're not ready, but I agree with you. I think it's
Not
time.
now, we'll fund this
Yeah,
year.
I think we fund it and kind of help
It was set
them.
up for 3 years. We make a deal with me.
I like it.
I'm gonna follow through on my end of the deal. Now we're going on 13 to 14 years, and it's still the same thing. It is not sustainable. So is the board in agreement within the next couple of 3 months to have instruct the attorney or manager after he settles off of it, gets back from vacation after this budget, to look for proper methods of disposal, what options? Not to say we gotta do it, but at least research it. It just continues. And the third thing that caught my eye in going through, and I read every page of the budget, was and I mentioned it at the last meeting, and this is my final note, was a $200,000 tagged in Senior Services Center for an assessment. I don't know what that assessment means. And then I heard some talk in the last meeting that we may be looking at buying a large piece of property somewhere to merge county business. Well, that has not been discussed in this full open board in a public setting. So I'm opposed to putting $200,000 into assessing one agency. If we did that for every agency in Macon County, it would be millions of dollars. So I don't know enough about what the plans are for that $200,000 assessment. So I would move to strike that. But I'm good either way. It's not a deal breaker for me. Consensus of the board.
Yes.
I think we all know that the senior citizen building that we have at this time is a safety hazard. And I use that word a lot because of that. If you've been in the senior citizens place over there, good luck getting in and getting out. And you're also, I'm about to use a little words here I don't like. The people who enter that building, whether they're walking or driving, are like me. They're not spring chickens. And having a different access, I think you have to look at it. And that was one of the reasons they were, some of the leadership there was looking at other places to, for the senior citizens. And I think it's great. It's growing. If you haven't been there, if you haven't talked to the people there, take a little time and drop in and see how they're doing. And you hear this word coming out of me a lot of different times. ADA, you go in that building and see if it's if you can move around, if you're in a wheelchair, you're on crutches or things like that, you're handicapped. And that building is not handicap approved or appropriate if you go in there and look around on it. So I think the discussion that we've had with some is to look in there to see what's available out here. And we have looked at places. But I still think your senior citizen center is a very important piece of the center, but it's, we are in the process of, the population is increasing. That's a good thing. And the people who work there, they're providing a lot of activities for senior citizens. Also, you're in a situation where they do a lot of foods for senior citizens too. And so, but that facility there, if you've been in it, it's inadequate for older people like myself. I just like to make sure that it's just not ignored and tossed away. That hopefully we all will reach that level sometime and have someplace to go and do whatever activity you want to do. But they do an excellent job there, work with people. But it is, handicap-wise, it's tough to go in and out of the library over there. And it's tougher now since you got the roundabout, those kind of things. It's tougher to get in there and it's tougher to get out of there. And I'll say something that's a little bit risky saying. You can park in that church parking lot or the little school parking lot there, and sometimes you're asked to leave. And really, you may not have a place to park your vehicle. So you have to either come back later or try to get an opportunity to park your vehicle there in the other parking lot beside them. So just wanted to say that for that, senior citizens, it is a very important part of Macon County.
I think that's it. In that same vein, I didn't mean to jump from that, but you've already reached that age, Gary, I mean, you brought that.
Thank you.
When you talk about ADA, using that for the crutch to make, we talked for years about we have things, other agencies, a lot of our buildings in county government are not ADA compliant. We've got a board of elections that's still stuck in the basement. We've talked about that for 2 or 3 terms that I've been here. They're still stuck down there. Liability way, I mean, that's a biggie. It's expensive to us to have these special elections. The board of elections need to be out of the basement. They need to be in an ADA compliant building. The Veterans Affairs offices, you're a veteran, I'm a veteran. Finding a place to get in the Veterans Affairs office down there, it might be ADA compliant, but it's very limited. So there are other needs that we need, and when we did our capital improvement plan a few years back in our space needs analysis, senior services ranked way down on the list. There were many other, there were other functions that this government provides that ranked higher to be brought up to compliance. And I just think $200,000 to assess one agency that didn't rank high on the capital improvement plan, I can't support that. But, okay. Danny, I'm sorry.
So I'm one of the liaisons for the senior center. I spent some time over there to kind of get a better understanding on like the challenges that they have. And the challenges that they have they're very, very relevant. If you look at the parking lot situation, I know I talked to Josh not too long ago and he made reference to there's a lot behind there that can possibly be purchased, that can possibly be used for extra parking space. Because I know getting in and out of there is pretty much a nightmare. Inside, they have bathroom issues because there's only bathrooms on one floor, in there. Better elevator system would definitely work a lot better over there. And the parking lot, there are parts of that parking lot that are not ADA compliant and not conducive to them getting in and out of the building. And from what I understand from Ms. Holyfield as well, there's a lot of sewer issues there. I have to say, this year's budget, there's a lot in the budget. So there's a lot that I can also say that we're not going to be able to fund, but not being able to fund it doesn't mean it's a permanent thing. It just means it can't be fit in this year's budget. It's not to say that we can't revisit it again next year. For the senior center, honestly, from even when I was running for this office, it kept coming up about getting a new senior center. I still don't really know when that would be able to be possible. So my suggestion is, instead of putting that $200,000 into the assessment for that, try to work on some of these issues that can help facilitate until we can actually get into a new building for them. So instead of putting that into an assessment, because I believe there's an assessment already made, done, I cannot remember how far back, and I don't know how relevant it is still this year. But I would think that $200,000 would be, plus some, would be better served going into fixing some of these main issues to help facilitate that for the seniors, and that way can kind of hold that building over until we can work on getting them into a new building. So that's my suggestion for that.
Would that mean you keep it in the budget at this time, or do we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're gonna use it for another purpose, you
Yeah.
would keep it in the budget and just say, instead of for the assessment. for those purposes.
So, and obviously the funding will be limited, but we can get to address some of the more dire needs, with that, and then next year revisit it again.
That's all I got. Good job. Good budget.
Cool. Got Josh.
Want me to go next?
Go ahead.
Is Kathy McGaha here? Miss McGaha? All right. I just wanted an update on our environmental health and to see, what our backlog is. I understand we've been doing pretty well where we're at right now, and we're current. And we had 2 positions funded. We supplemented some overtime, and that was kind of my basis for the questions. But I feel like at this time, if we're caught up, maybe those positions aren't needed. And I wanted to bring Joe Allen up here. And, one thing this county,
Best on Joe.
as liaison to code enforcement and building inspections, I feel like, as a lot of people can observe, there's somewhat of an aging workforce. And 2 of our key players in our inspection department are eligible to retire. We hope they stick around a long time, but there's no telling how long they're going to be here. And Mr. Allen, I'd like for you to elaborate on maybe the spike that we've had with certain inspections. And what I propose is to take one of those positions and fund an inspector position, and we'll have 2 eligible to retire in the near future. And if we don't need a 3rd inspector, well, through attrition, we don't have to replace him. But right now, it would really hurt Macon County to lose 2 inspectors at the same time. And so I feel like it's not going to hurt us. It's in the budget. I'm just throwing it out here. So let's go ahead and knock this one out first, Joe, before I go on to my others.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
I got this too, guys.
'23.
I think that first sheet is what Josh wanted me to talk a little bit about tonight, but this second sheet I'd like to mention first, and this is just a snippet. It's the last month that we've got data for this year. If you look down at the bottom of that page, 1,072 inspections we did last month.
Joe, you might want to, like they do me, you might want to lean into that mic a little
All
bit
right.
more.
All right, can you hear me now? Everybody? That's on. All right, so if this was the April of this year, we did 1,072 inspections. If you look at April of '23, we did 732. That's a big difference. That's a big difference. And a lot of those, and what Josh wants me to kind of talk about a little bit here is, if you look on that first sheet, there's mechanical type inspections. You see, we had 864 last year, and through May 7th of this year, well, from July of '23 to May of this year, we had 875. And that's a big number always through there, but we're getting a lot of those type inspections every day that's eating up our inspection time. And I think, I'll let you go on, Josh, if you want.
No, you go ahead.
You want me to go ahead?
Carry on, yes.
Okay. So there's a way that we can, and we've already done this with a new hire that we have now as a residential change-out inspector, which is kind of like a training type position. And I think that what Josh is proposing here tonight is that we do that, another residential change-out inspector to handle some of these type of inspections, free up our other inspectors to do other stuff and let them be training while we still got guys that know what they're doing to help them train.
Essentially, that's it, Joe, and try to get the cart ahead of the horse here. I feel like environmental health just showed us what it's like to be caught unprepared. And just knowing Mr. Crisp and Mr. Bishop, probably shouldn't drop their names, but they put in a lot of time here, and we appreciate that. But at some point in time, they've earned the right to go home. And I feel like if they were to both leave pretty close together, there goes your experience. And again, maybe it's creating a position at this time, but through attrition, if the economy slows down like it's somewhat trending, we don't have to fill those positions at that time. More or less, we're getting ahead of the gun here. And that was my light suggestion. Joe, is there anything else?
No, I mean, it is, I think you can see it through, we haven't quite got the problem that environmental health has, but if Bobby and Bob were supposed to leave at the same time, we'd be in the same boat. I mean, it'd be pretty quick, we'd be in the same boat.
Approve overtime for you.
Our guys are getting overtime every week.
Ask you a
They're not
question.
they're getting comp time, but every one of our inspectors, Tammy can tell you, is getting overtime every week.
Yeah, and I think the environmental health guys are working about 55 hours
Yeah.
a week. You can't do that.
Yeah.
That's not sustainable.
No.
So, at some point, but one quick question, this is maybe a dumb question. Are any services that you provide that you've got listed on these documents not required by the insurance commission? Any inspections?
Let me get to it, Paul.
I mean, is there any ways you can trim?
Well, let me just go through them, Paul. All those residential ones would be required by the insurance commission. All the commercial ones, all the modular ones, all the mobile homes, ABCs. Cell towers is a little bit tricky because
ABC?
it's like when you want to be able to sell alcohol in your restaurant or at your business. If you want to sell alcohol, we have to do an inspection to make sure the building's safe. And you have to get a license.
Okay.
Yep. Now, cell tower, that's, some of those inspections are due to telecommunication ordinance. Some of them are building code related, because if you're changing a tower, you got building code requirements, you got to meet there. So daycare, same thing about licensing. If you want a license with the state, we won't have to go out and do a daycare inspection for you. Demolition, electrical, floodplain, that's ordinance related, not Department of Insurance. Land disturbance, ordinance related. Mechanical and plumbing, of course, those are all required by the Department of Insurance. Swimming pool, that's required by the Department of Insurance. Sign, that's another one of those, kind of like cell towers. You're going to have a little bit of a mix between Department of Insurance and county ordinances, but,
So until we fix the ordinances,
yeah,
you're required to do it.
yeah, yeah.
And again, this is just discussion. So
Yeah.
it's something that I've witnessed within the department that I am liaison to. Thank you, Joe, for your time.
And I'll tell you one more thing, guys. We have 55 inspections today.
Pardon?
55
55 to what?
inspections today. Our guys did 55 inspections today.
How many people is that?
Well, that's Bob Bishop, myself, Bobby Henry, Bob Crisp, and Laura Hall.
What'd y'all do this afternoon?
What we'll do this afternoon, I printed all this stuff out for Josh.
Thank you, Joe. Again, that's just healthy discussion, and Mr. Higdon, you're probably more aware as your role as liaison to environmental health to what's needed over there, so.
Well, I'd like to see them replace the one they just dismissed. They got an approved slot there now that they're not actively seeking to fill. So that would be a big
Okay.
bonus if they would push that before we hire anybody else.
Okay. And then, really the last thing I have on here is, I've got a little bit of documentation, and this, in my opinion, pertains to mental health. And a lot of you may know this, some of you may not know this, but, athletics are a hot topic here and there. Some people think they're not vital, some think they are vital. Look, it helped me graduate school. And I've got some documentation right here that I'd like to share with you about coaching stipends. All right, women's tennis, and probably isn't public information, but it is now. Women's tennis, Jackson County pays their women's tennis coach $8,200. Macon County pays ours $1,459. Cheer, that's pretty much an all-year sport. Jackson County pays theirs $13,000. We pay ours $4,800. I can go on and on. Women's golf, Jackson County's $54. Ours is $1,200. This is high school level. And the problem is, nobody coaches for the money. I mean, let's be honest, $1,200 for a season, they're not out there for the coaching. But that's really not even paying the fuel. And they proposed in our budget a 10% increase on $1,400. That's $140. And it's $30,000 on top of our budget. And I propose we bring that out of our general fund contingency. It's small, but, I think that's a light testament, a light thank you to catch up on inflation. I feel like they haven't had a raise, and some of you may know this. It's 2014 is what I'm aware. It may have been before that, but I think 2014 is the last I'm aware of any increase to a coaching stipend. So that's really all I have, gentlemen, on the budget.
What was that? What's that number?
So the number's $31,000.
Hold on, let me see, I got it right here. $31,720.
31,720.
Yes, and that is.
Would you be opposed, Josh? I don't know if we're going to wind up I'll just go ahead and say this.
Come on.
Of course, the manager's recommended budget, I prepared a budget ordinance with his recommended budget. There was one in your packet with Franklin fire tax increase, one without. If you're going to make changes tonight, I'm going to suggest that, kind of consensus and say, yes, 3 people, you want it in there, I'll put it, you want to take something out, we'll take it out. Just to get to a point where I can modify this ordinance and hopefully you guys can adopt it tonight. But something like this, it's in contingency now. I don't know if we're gonna have any more changes, but, would you be opposed at our July meeting, making the budget amendment at that point and leaving the budget as is and say take 31,720 out of contingency and move it back to the schools for supplements? Because supplements I don't know when they pay them, but we meet again July 9th. But I'm just throwing that out there for any of these changes you guys are discussing, just to try to help the process move along.
Well, and I'm just kind of following suit here, really.
Yeah.
Mr. Higdon had some proposed changes. I
Right.
kind of shared where I'm at, and honestly, I really don't care where it comes from. I'm fine with that.
Board of Education, they broached that idea of upping getting into salaries
Yeah.
again.
I'll be honest.
It was in their request, yes, it was not recommended, but it was in their request for $31,720. And, again, I think to add to Lori's point, if we could go back through, I think we kind of did, when you were talking, Commissioner Higdon, each one, if we need to recap those with a consensus, yay or nay, as well as this. If we're gonna do it in July, let's get a consensus on that. If we wanna do it right now, let's get a consensus on that. And so I guess, with that being said, Mr. Chairman, if this board finds it appropriate, I think you would be in line to ask if this board has consensus on increasing, the athletic supplements by 10% as requested by the school board in the amount of $31,720.
Did I strike out 3 times? I was trying to balance the budget.
I don't know if you did.
Yeah, we may need to go back to yours and just say
Yeah,
consensus, we'll just go back and kind of go through them, just to make sure.
We'll just start this way, start here and work up, so.
And if I understood you right, Josh, you were saying just decrease contingency by that amount and then increase the school's funding by the 31,720, correct?
And we do, I think we have 221,000 in contingency. A reduction in that $221,570, a reduction of 31,000 is gonna leave us around $190,000. That's that's a very healthy contingency fund for this budget.
But it's
This will be a
reoccurring,
recurring expense.
recurring expense.
It
Yes,
is.
but the contingency fund's recurring money.
So you're gonna tell us, how would you line item it after?
It would just, the contingency fund, I mean, if all things remain constant, then your contingency fund next year would be $190,000 again. And that would just, because this is recurring money. And $190,000, like I said, for this budget, we've had years with contingency fund less than $100,000. So,
Does it have a list of the coaches or the sport?
no, they gave just a block request, that $31,720 was a block request. Complete amount, didn't line item it out.
Let me add one more thing to Mr. Steeler and Mr. Weller's trip down the mountain. What's your timing on your project up there? Surely with the funds you have,
We are trying to raise money so that the equipment itself has a 4 to 6 month lead time, so
Yeah.
we kind of raise funds so that we can get it started. My goal would be to start this in summer, fall of '25.
Okay.
So we would be funding it in spring or summer in order to get equipment ordered and on the way, since lead times are strong. So.
So we're gonna go back with the consensus of,
Oh, who's on first?
well, I mean, you hit on a lot of things that I had questions about. And Commissioner Young, he just hit on one that in the recommended budget, the manager recommended the 2 positions not be filled until, or not seek these to be filled until January of '25. In the last meeting, there's really no backlog. They were able to, with the additional $25,000 that this board approved, for them, they were able to eliminate the backlog. So, none of us can predict the future, but my recommendation was not to have that money in the budget for the 2 positions. All throughout the year, the emails coming through with internal job postings. So I would like to see if there are employees currently that would be seeking to work in that department if we need another employee. So I would ask that $171,571 increase be eliminated from the budget. And we will address that issue. And I understand it's not sustainable for these employees to work 55, 60 hours. I get it. But I think this board should review what the happenings there from time to time and have an open conversation with them if the need arises for additional funds for other agencies to send employees or overtime allotment. They also have on-site wastewater request for a 2024 Ford Escape. Is that, are those needed only if we hire new positions, or is that, are we looking ahead to, or are they replacing vehicles?
As far as that is tied to the
New positions.
positions.
Mhm.
So I would ask that we have $31,000 for on-site wastewater public health for a 2024 Ford Escape be removed. The food and lodging, that as well. Is that for the new position manager?
That was tied to new
Yeah,
positions.
so I would ask that be removed. Um, We're expanding contracted mowing to include section of Greenway. Is that advertised for bid, or what's the process here? We're just gonna add it to the contracted mowing as it currently is? No.
Bid it like we do every.
Okay. So it's all all this mowing that's contracted is actually going out for bids okay. I asked at the last meeting, why are county taxpayers funding 30 school teachers when they're a state position? And I didn't get a answer for this. I don't understand why the funds coming from the state and the requirement from the state is not sufficient to run the Macon County school system that the county taxpayers have to fund.
You got me?
Well, the reason, Miss Lori, could, and I think Abby's here. How much is the tax collections, ad valorem tax collections in Macon County? I have it here, but I'd like for you to,
If you're talking about,
only the revenue from property taxes.
$35,605,032.
Okay, out of that $35 million, how much of that is salaries and benefits?
$33,032,061.
Okay, the purpose of this conversation is, I understand everybody needs to make more money. But as you can see, this county is really surviving off the sales tax. That's what we're surviving off of. And then out of that, how much do we contribute to the Macon County school system?
Out of what?
Out of this budget proposal, how much are we, if you've got 33 million in salaries and benefits, how much is actually
Going to education.
going to education?
11.868 million, that's including SEC.
SEC.
Okay, so if we're at 33 million and 11 million, now we're at 44 million, and then the sheriff and the emergency services, their budget request is like 18 million. Folks, we don't have a lot of money. I mean, everybody says, oh, we want this, we want that. But as you can see, there's only so much money in the kitty for the, from tax collections. So, if I could, I'd fund everything that we possibly could. I'd give everybody every penny that they could get, but that's not the way that the government here is set up to do so. Without significant tax increases, we don't have a lot of money. And now we're talking about $90 million for capital improvement project, which is not an increase in this budget and the funding, but I think it's important. And once I dove into all this stuff last year and thinking about $60 million, and once you start seeing where all this money's going, there's not a lot of money there to just say, oh, let's give everybody a raise. And so we're doing a lot. This board right here has done a lot for Macon County School System. As the manager said, how much money have this board here, increased funding to the Macon County Schools?
Operationally, in the last 2 years, it's been increased over $1 million.
So this board, we appreciate the work of the school system and everything, but we have a lot of other agencies that require funding, so we must, we gotta spread it. So, I just want, when you wanna ask why I pick these things apart, there are things that, that I think needs immediate funding, and there's things that we can, postpone until, the time comes. But, one thing that I would like to ask, is the, sheriff is, they're asking for 4 new pickups for investigations. Is that replacing vehicles? Is that,
It is. Our investigation fleet, typically the investigation team gets the hand-me-downs from patrol. They're aging, they're reaching their mass, their limits on their mileage. We just had one blow up coming down County Mountain. Detective Ash just literally blew up, so.
and that's not part, don't we have money in the budget every year for replacement of?
That comes from
That coming from, okay,
Yeah.
all right. And then, I guess, and Commissioner Higdon hit on this was part of what the Board of Elections, anybody that heard the conversation at the last meeting, this board, we had a special election, runoff election, and the Board of Elections came in after $50,000 to handle this election process. And it was stated that if the Board of Elections was ADA compliant, they could have held their election at their office and got out of a lot of this cost. And so I think in the long run, funding or conversation to move the Board of Elections is going to save the taxpayers a lot of money in the future, because in the future, they don't have to move their operations to the Robert C. Carpenter Center, and they do not have to, my understanding, comply to the extended hours and everything else to hold the elections in their office. So just looking at ways to save the taxpayers money and move this county forward. And really, that's all I have.
Condensed version, John.
Well, you guys hit it all, so I mean, it's like you were copying my notes, cheating on the test or something.
Are we adding more to this, or are we gonna do a consensus?
Well, we can let everybody finish and then go back through everything.
All right. Really, all I want to address right now is gonna be the rec park. Derek, phase 1, is that that's in this year's budget?
That is in the fund balance, the CIP at, I think it's 1.8 million, roughly thereabouts. Basically, what's gonna happen, I think right now they're bidding that out. They're bidding that project out. Once we get the bids back, the funding is available in fund balance for the board to authorize at any time as it sees fit.
What would it take for us to add the pool and the all-inclusive park there on this as well?
I do not know. I haven't seen, I know that it's in the master plan. And I think at this time, we put out a request for proposals only on the pickleball court and tennis court with the changing room facility. That is out. I think the bids are coming in on that. If we wanted to add to that, I think it would probably, once those bids come in, we would need to reject those bids and probably include that new scope, because I think it's going to significantly, it will increase the cost of that project. So I think we'll need a new bid document prepared and released that included that pool, or if it was determined that those two scopes would not impact each other, maybe discuss doing something separately for that phase 2. But, you know, you run the risk as you do anything of of having two contractors on the same side at the same time. So it would just be up to the board how you wanted to proceed in consultation with the design professionals, looking at phases 1 and 2, and if they can be accomplished separately with no adverse impacts, then I think you would be fine to proceed with this board voting to do so. And we got with our financial advisors and we plugged the numbers in, and those numbers worked, and this board wanted to move forward with that. I think you could either choose to do those separately or together based on what your design professional said. And if the design professional said, you know, it's really going to cost you a lot of money to break these up, you know, you can save by combining them, then I think we would then have reject those bids and put it out together. But I think you got options there.
I mean, if it's doable and the board would go with this, adding the pool, taking care of the park side of this, I'm really interested in getting that done, because in that same area, being able to remove those fencing for where that park, for where that field is at, that would cause us to be able to at least bring back also 4th of July back to the park. The pool, to me, and with the attraction of the park, could be a source of revenue for our county as well. So it's not like we're just pouring money into it, there's money that would be coming in as well as a result of it. So if there's a way of doing that, that's what I'd like to see added to that.
Absolutely, and I think all that would be done outside of the operating budget. So we could handle everything you just talked about when we get those bids back. I think that would be the appropriate time for the board to discuss. If we wanted to add this project, have our financial advisors come, if the board so chooses fit, to plug that in and see what that does to the numbers with all the other capital things, and then make a decision on how you would like to proceed. We can handle all that, yes, sir.
You still going there, Commissioner?
Say again?
I said you still have something? Because there's a biggie that we have not discussed on here.
No, I'm good.
The increase in the fire tax for the Franklin Fire Department.
But it's on here.
Is it?
Recommended budget.
That's another one, I just need a consensus, you know, when we go through the list of things. Yeah, that's a good point, John, we definitely do need to, y'all talk about it, whatever. Consensus to increase it or leave it the same, you know, that's at y'all's pleasure.
That's on there. I've got Mr. Owen's name attached to that. The budget ordinance, number 1, and budget ordinance, number
Yeah.
2. Bottom of the page.
We'll get into, guys, I know I'm gonna be gone. I really ain't gonna miss this, but, let's work on this Board of Elections. We promised, we've talked about this, we wore this thing out. We put all these other things in. Top of that, let's get this Board of Elections issue solved. My God, we've talked about it 10 years. Classic government.
So what are you proposing? What are you proposing there, Commissioner? You say get it solved. Do we have
Usually, if we solve that ADA issue like we did in high school, we just tear everything down and start over. I don't think we want to do that with the Board of Elections, but,
well, I mean, does the county currently have a facility to, you know,
I just think we need to put it as a top priority for discussions and possible funding. It's, I feel a little better now that they have the plexiglass up over the windows down there to protect, I mean, keep that barrier from the employees and whomever comes in. Prior to that, they weren't. Across, anyway, it just needs to be addressed.
well, I mean, this board really, we need to discuss this increase that's requested
On the fire thing.
on the fire tax.
Danny, were you finished?
Oh,
Your
that's what I was-
recreation was the only, okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Mr. Chairman, do you have anything?
Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody else has talked, but
Well, I expressed no interest in a lot of things. Yeah, I'm for the school. And as long as
That's
we
right.
keep going forward, I'm happy with all this other stuff. I want to make sure that we don't bypass the budget ordinance prepared the two ways here with Mr. Rowland. And I think we'll have to have a consensus on the budget ordinance. We got listed here, number one, number two, and which way we'd go with that? Are we at that place?
Yeah, I think if you don't have anything to add, I think we could certainly start with the fire tax and work back through everything. If that's how you'd like to proceed, Mr. Chairman.
I think we have some people here that would like to know which way we're going, one way or the other.
Yes, sir, we can't pass the budget until you do.
Right, that's what we talked about the last time. And,
Well, are you entertaining a motion on?
Just consensus. I would, if it's okay, Mr. Chairman, just say, is there a consensus of the board to increase Franklin fire tax to 7 cents? And just, is it
That's
okay
the-
to raise their hands, Eric?
that's the number two. Are you familiar with what? You got it? You got it? I would recommend that, I'm gonna say the number two budget ordinance for year 2025 includes Franklin Fire District tax rate at 7 cents. This one has Franklin Fire District at the requested rate of 7 cents. And I would like to make a recommendation that we do that. I've had a lot of people email me and contact me. I have different feelings about it, but safety comes first. And, yes, the Franklin area is having to pay for that safety, but it's still Macon County human beings we're talking about too. And I think the one thing that I talked to a gentleman 2 or 3 days ago that called me, and it was brought up the other day, is that the fire department that has that area out there is not able to provide the manpower nor the leadership when there's a fire or something out there. And the Franklin, when they arrive on the scene, they assume the leadership role, and I believe your chief talked about that the other night. Where'd he go?
Right.
There you are. He talked about that the other night, that he was kind of the leadership on there. And even though it's necessary, those 10,000 people need protection too. I think somewhere down the road, I see Mr. Cade back there, we probably could have a different talk about that a little bit. But for this year, you need to upgrade your equipment. Make sure those 10,000 people are taken care of. That's my position.
How many people?
10,000 or 4,000? 10,000?
It's 4,000 in town proper, 10,000 outside.
Yeah.
So I say, last week, I tried to make myself as clear as possible. I mean, I don't want taxes going up just as much as the next person, but at the same time, we can't keep wanting more and not understanding in order for you to want more, that money's got to come from somewhere. It's not going to drop out of the sky. So I was pretty clear in the fact that I'm full support of that. I go out on calls with these guys as a chaplain. I see what they have to do. I see the areas that they have to cover. So just so you all know, I'm in full support of that.
Hey, can I bring up a small discussion? Mr. Orman, would you address the mic, please? And thank you. I'm not a fireman, and I salute you guys who do, and I wish I would have put the time in. I guess I still can. My fundamental understanding of like municipal fire departments, I'm going to use the town of Highlands, for instance. The more concentration of people in ad valorem, the assessed value, typically the less the millage rate. So when I think about Burning Town, let me share with you a few rates right here.
Right.
Okay, Town of Highlands is at 2 cents. Clark's Chapel, Calisaja, West Macon, Nantahala, they're all about 5 cents. Franklin right now, I guess, is requesting 7. I think they're currently at 5 as well. My point is, when there's a lot more density and a lot more assessed value, shouldn't you be able to operate at a much less millage rate than, per se, Barningtown or Otto or Scaly Mountain, because you have so much more value downtown?
We do have the added value, of course, the population density, the building density. But that density brings forth the phenomenal difference in our call volumes when we're running almost 600 times the amount of calls. And that makes all the operating expenses go up, from fuel to maintenance to personnel, needing more personnel to cover it. And even still, I believe if you were to grant us the 7 cents, that would still put us at the top 4 of the tax across the board in the county. But when you break it down at that call for service, we're still doing it for less than half, or I'm sorry, we're still well below the average. Right now, we're doing it for half the average.
I guess, and I'm not opposing, I'm just bringing on healthy conversation. I feel like the far rural areas of our community, we understand their cost per call is going to be probably a little higher. But I feel like when you're downtown, I feel like it should be lower than those. And I'm not saying anything you guys are doing is right or wrong, but I feel like just judging by the ad valorem around downtown. But I just wanted to see if there was any kind of healthy discussion for,
It comes down to we're comparing apples and oranges almost, because we're talking about fire departments that run 80 to 300 calls in a year versus the full-time career staff that are running almost 2,000. And it's not a fair comparison for either involved, because it's two different complete entities. But we're still doing it for a lot less for than the average call. Just, it's a higher level of service, and it costs a little bit more. Yesterday morning, a gentleman walked in the country kitchen with his family and had breakfast just like any other morning. While he was eating his breakfast, he died. In less than a minute, our people were there. They hooked him to the defibrillator. They started CPR. Before the ambulance ever got there, he had a pulse, he was breathing on his own, and last I've checked, he's still living today. That's that higher level of service. There's a big difference.
What percent of your calls are mutual aid? We hear these calls, we run,
Right.
When you have 2 or 3 fire departments on one call, you get credit for.
Yes, sir, it's still a call for us. I'm going to go out on a limb, because that's one data that I have not pulled that set, and we'll say 7 to 10% are mutual aid.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chief, case, I'm a retired firefighter from Highlands, okay? I spent 21 and a half years up there. I know not everything there is about the fire service, but I know a lot. And if you look at the total cost for these 11 departments in Macon County, we're about $7.5 million that the taxpayers are paying there in their district on ad valorem taxes. And last year, we had a reevaluation. Everybody went to revenue neutral, except the town of Franklin.
We went revenue neutral last year as well, sir.
You did. The fire department did, but the town of Franklin did or did not go to revenue neutral on the tax base.
It's my understanding we went revenue neutral.
We did not go revenue
Oh, sorry.
neutral.
You did not.
No,
go
sir,
revenue-
we did
Okay.
not, because we had operational expenses and things in the pipeline that we had to cover. We did reduce the tax rate by 2 cents,
2 cents.
but we did not go revenue neutral, no,
Right.
sir.
So, and that's not, I'm not on the town commission, so I'm not elected for that position. However, we had a substantial amount of gains in property values. So when this body the manager, went to revenue neutral. Of course, we brought everybody back to where they were, town of Franklin, and that's your prerogative. I mean, that's whatever you guys decide to do in the town of Franklin. However, none of these other departments has come in after an increase, even after revenue neutral. But I would like to say that my years of service, I lived for that pager to go off. I hated the fact that there was an emergency, but that's what I was serving for. But in 2017, Franklin Fire Department came in and asked for a request for 1 cent tax in 2017-18 current fire tax rate. They were at .0445 per $100 valuation. The requested tax increase would place Franklin Fire Department's tax rate at .054 per 100. Franklin Fire Department strives to provide prompt and efficient fire and rescue services to the citizens of Franklin and Macon County. The requested 1 cent increase would be used to build Franklin Fire Department's capital outlay vehicle fleet. So at that point, how many vehicles did we replace in 2017, 2018 budget?
Neither one of us were here that time,
We were not
sir.
here. So,
So nobody knows.
well, I'm happy to research that,
Okay.
but I wasn't the town manager at the
Right,
time.
I
He was
get
not
it. I
the fire
have-
chief at the time.
Miss Woodard here was but do we have vehicles that were funded by this increase after 2018?
We have at least one that I can think of that was purchased 2018.
Okay, so we're talking about 5 years of that revenue, and we've only replaced one vehicle.
But it also pays for the salaries,
Okay.
the equipment. The fire district tax pays for the entire operations
Right.
of the fire
I
department,
understand, but
not just capital.
I'm sorry, in 2022, please find attached Franklin Fire Department's budget request and associated documentation for fiscal year 22-23. We are requesting a fire tax increase of .0155 to bring us to an even 7 cents of this money. 1 cent would cover the addition of 3 full-time firefighters, and the remaining .0055 would go towards capital purchase of new apparatus. The supporting documentation is included.
That happened.
Okay. So what is your, how much money do you have in reserves? How much money do you have in the fund balance, or capital outlay? Because,
Right now, after the down payment on our truck, I want to say we're at around 300,000 in the fire department fund balance. That's the
Undesignated.
number I don't see because it's
Right.
outside out of my.
Yes, sir,
Okay.
undesignated.
So I think it would be fair to the people that's outside the town limits to, when was the Franklin Fire Department established?
1911.
Okay. So when did we go on the tax collection base, tax for districts for each fire department in Macon County?
Long before my time.
Mr. Manager, do you have that information?
When I was on Burning Town when it
Okay.
happened.
So from 1911 to 1998, that fire department was built by the entire community as the rest of the departments. Then we went into a tax base and we're going into districts. But my question would be, you have a ladder truck, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many times will that ladder truck go to Onion Mountain?
Onion Mountain, not very often.
Okay.
But it'll
So-
go to West Macon, it'll go to Clark's Chapel, it'll go to any other surrounding department that needs it in a commercial structure.
And I appreciate your service and what you guys do. I trust me. But to say that the people on the outside is not contributing to this, the people in Onion Mountain helped pay for this ladder truck for Franklin. So, thank you, all the men and women in uniform, everybody. Much appreciated. But we have to come up with taxpayers' monies for this, and so you're asking, and I'm not much into raising taxes, but, Mr. Chairman, I would say, until we can have a further discussion about municipal fire departments and the rural fire departments, my recommendation to the Franklin Fire Department would be to split this increase with the town of Franklin.
It's not a municipal department, it's a fire district department.
It is, but the
The
conversation.
fund balance that we have, you're expecting the town to help pay. It's a fund, it's a fire district.
Right.
It's a fire district. So what the town might have done for revenue neutral or not has no bearing on the fire
Right.
department.
Yes, but there again.
25% fire tax increase in 1 year is a big hit.
And if it wasn't needed, they wouldn't be asking. They wouldn't be asking if it wasn't needed. We're the directors of the fire department. They meet with us, they report to us, we see it, we go down, we have hamburgers with them, we know they need it. But we don't have the purse. You have the purse. You don't know what we know because you're not every day in, day out with the fire department. We are. This is necessary. This is absolutely necessary, and it is a district. It's a district, it's not a municipal fire department.
And I think we had mentioned at the last budget work session that there's some discussions that need to be held in the future.
Yes.
And I don't disagree with that. And I think Mr. Cave had some terrific ideas about what his assessments had shown and potentially having different district amounts. But what we're requesting is for this year, just to return to that 7 cents that we had 2 years ago so that we can get the 2 apparatus that we need. We've got one on order already. It takes about 27 months for it to come in. We've paid the down payment on it, which the town supplemented $200,000 toward that in order to save additional funds. We still have one other apparatus that we need to order because we have one truck that's 31 years old and one that's 29 years old. And as the chief has said before, NFPA says after 15 years, you need to move that back to your secondaries. In some cases, we're having to use those as the primary.
And go back to what you're saying, though, you're only asking it for this year.
Yes, sir.
And
Any
I
request that
still
we
have
come
a-
to is
I have
for
a
1
feeling-
year only.
Right, I have a feeling with those 10,000 people out there, that we need to make sure they get proper fire care out there.
Yes, sir, definitely.
And that, to me, it's not a debatable thing. It's a conscious thing. Those people need your help. And you need extra money to give them that help.
Yes, sir.
Did I fall off the turnip truck?
You nailed it.
No, sir, you're correct.
Okay. So, I was gonna make a motion, or are we
Consensus right now
consensus?
to raise the rate to 7 cents. And I think Eric said it was okay. If you guys kind of want to raise your hand to the consensus.
Consensus to raise it to raise it 7 cents so the other people will have the fire protection. And this is for 1 year, be looked at again.
Yes, sir, and to have
No,
those
it
continuing
won't just be for 1
discussions.
year.
Pardon me?
Mr. Chairman, it won't be for 1 year. It's recurring.
But
Once you raise it, it's not just for 1 year, it's permanent.
You would have to drop it next year if you only want it to be for 1 year, for next year's budget.
I got, my greatest concern, those people are taken care of out there, and you have the material and equipment and manpower to take care of them, because they're Maconians too. And however you can put that in a motion, I'll be glad to, and we can do a consensus.
We had consensus.
We had
I
consensus.
don't think I didn't.
A motion for what?
I'd go ahead and call, I'd say if you want to do that, then let's go ahead and say moving the Franklin fire tax to 7 cents. Can I see a show of hands in favor of the same?
Aren't you heard that?
3,
Okay, it's 3.
okay.
And I appreciate what y'all do. 25 cents a year throws up some rental, 25% of any increase in 1 year. To me, in my business, I would do a little different planning. I would do that's a big hit. That's a big hit. And all of a sudden, this just happened. Well, what's to prevent all of a sudden this happening again? I'm just trying to encourage, and as John said, nobody else asked for an increase. I'm in Burnetown. I'm the second highest fire tax in the county. And I appreciate those guys. I helped build Burnetown many years ago, but 25%, I can't support 25% in 1 year on any tax.
Well, and we appreciate your consideration, and again, we look forward to the continuing discussions about the districts in the future and possibly restructuring stuff.
Let us know when you'd like to have a joint work session. Willing to meet anytime. I think that's healthy.
Sounds
The
good.
consensus vote was 3-2.
3-2.
3-2.
Yes, sir.
All opposed?
Right.
No.
You don't raise your hand.
Okay, yeah. All opposed?
Right, 2.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now do we want to work backwards through the list there?
We're back through the list.
Go back through the list of some of the recommendations by the different commissioners.
Okay, I think Commissioner Antoine, we addressed your.
If we could just hold this a second,
Okay.
please.
Yes, sir.
And we still got a public comment period, or we,
We still need to adopt the budget or discuss
Yeah.
the
We're
budget.
gonna go back through these items and then get
Consensus to
Just like we
change
did.
or leave it alone, whatever.
If you don't mind, I'll call them out and we can just get
Okay.
consensus as we move forward. Commissioner Antoine had requested the pool be included and maybe try to go on into phase 2. We're gonna wait till we get the bids back on phase 1, or get the proposals back on phase 1 that has currently been bid out, and have that discussion at that time with the understanding that that project's being funded from fund balance in the coming fiscal year. Coaching stipends, reduce the contingency fund at the request of Commissioner Young. Reduce the contingency fund that is currently, reduce the contingency fund by $31,720, which is the amount requested by the school board to fund a 10% increase in coaching supplements. So that would be added to the operating budget of the school system, and it would be reduced, taken out of contingency. There's 2 ways we can handle that, which we discussed earlier. We can do that via a budget amendment at the July meeting, which, if I hear the finance director correctly, would that be your preferred method?
That would be.
So let's go with that. If there is consensus on July 1st. to
July
move
9th.
The 31,700, at the July meeting, to move the $31,720 from the contingency fund to the school system's operating budget. If we could now see a show of hands to do that. Okay? 3-2?
All opposed? Yes, just the
3-2 though, what you're saying? Yeah, these are gonna stay down. 3-2 is what you're saying?
Yes.
That was not in your recommended budget.
So Josh, I will prepare that amendment and will be on the July 9th agenda just for y'all to take formal action.
Perfect.
Okay? The 2 environmental health positions, the request of Commissioner Young, we would create a new code enforcement position to do some of these inspections that we have discussed that are currently occupying the time of the additional inspectors with the understanding that it's not only going to help us now, but as the future comes, and if demand does decline, as two inspectors approach retirement, one of those positions, if it is not needed anymore and demand is not supported, could be removed from the budget of that time, but it will also serve as a benefit of allowing cross-training of a new inspector by these inspectors that have so much knowledge, organizational knowledge. So that was the gist of that. So we would add that position into building inspections. The remaining funds at this point would remain in the budget, but we would still hold the hiring of the environmental health position. It would still be recommended to hold that until January.
On that one, Mr. Manager and Board, so I don't have a building inspector salary in front of me. It's a complex calculation. Would you be okay with leaving the budget as is, the budget ordinance? And again, in July, I can prepare an amendment to move money from environmental health to planning, permitting, development to cover this inspector position. Are you okay with that? Can we get a consensus to do that in July if there is a consensus of the board to do that?
We see that by show of hands. Okay.
Okay.
4 to 1.
So the other position, we're going to kind of slow play?
We'll just leave it in the
Have
budget.
that money there.
Yeah.
If things pick back up again, we need to.
And that's it, in environmental health, right?
Yes.
Right. We need to up the contracted services, or we need to, anything, we need to hire a new position in environmental health. We can still do that. That money will still
If
be
it's not there,
Yeah, if the need's not there, the money will
If
just
the
sit
need's not there, we can.
Just roll into fund balance.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So next we have Cowee School. The Cowee School, the appropriation in the, I don't think we had discussed removing the appropriation from the budget. I think what we had discussed was a transfer.
Right.
Transferring ownership to the Heritage Association, and if that's how the board wants to proceed again, this funding will remain the same in the budget, but we will have those discussions moving forward. If the board's in agreement with that, could I just see by consensus, could I see by a show of hands a consensus?
Or what are the options of disposal?
Sure.
As opposed to transferring to any particular party? Is that, can you reflect that, Tam? I mean, that would be my,
Okay, it was my understanding that we were going to discuss transferring the property to the Cowee Arts and Heritage.
or some method, whatever method of disposal. best
Well, we
fit.
can, I mean, I'll have to look that one up. I know how to sell it. So that'll be what you all decide to do. I mean, if you want to put it on the market and sell it, if you want to put it up for bid, if you want to transfer it to the art, or to the Cowee Foundation, then that's going to be something that you all are going to have to tell me which way you're going.
Let's just have that discussion. Let's fund it this year and then open up the discussion in whatever method.
So no action on Cowee for this budget.
Right, that was my do I have that understanding correctly? We'll leave the funding in there for the upcoming budget, which is just utilities and some small improvements, but explore what options there may be to turn it over to them, sell it, et cetera.
Correct.
Okay, also, we have the,
I'm sorry, but it didn't.
yes, we did. I think it was 4-1, wasn't it? 5-0?
For the Cowee School? Yeah, it's 5-0.
Okay. Community funding pool, or let's stop, let's go back one, the senior service assessment. I think Commissioner Higdon and Commissioner Antoine hit on this. I think it was identified in the space needs analysis. I think now it is the intent, to begin using this funding to move forward with making improvements, with actual ADA improvements that that will immediately begin to benefit this facility and make it more user-friendly. And those we can develop those much like we have other projects, just going out and making a list of what are the most dire, as you said, Commissioner Antoine, what are the most dire needs at this facility, and how can we use this funding to get them addressed. And so that change in direction there for the Senior Services Center, it wouldn't change anything budgetarily for that $200,000. It would still be viewed as a capital one-time expenditure, and we could certainly use that in fiscal year +25 rather than to plan to make improvements, to actually begin making some meaningful improvements to this facility. So if I could just see a show of hands of this board to show consensus on moving forward with $200,000 as proposed by Commissioner Antoine.
So, hang on a second for that. I want to bring in discussion. I feel like the fundamental issue I have is, I guess, what are we going to do with that money right now? You know what I mean?
Right.
Where does it go?
Right. Well, it would stay, it would be, it's budgeted as a capital expenditure, so what I'm envisioning happening is going and maybe taking, to start with, our building inspections department out there and say, hey, let's identify all the code issues that exist in this building and what is a preferred means for addressing them. If they say, well, you need a different elevator, or you need an elevator installation, or these improvements need to be made in the parking lot, I think it just, that money could be there. It might not be enough. It might cover it to make some of those substantial improvements, Commissioner Antoine, and I don't want to speak for it, but I think that's what I'm hearing. That's what.
Right, so I mean, there's a list of improvements Jennifer Oliver shared with me by email, and we can just kind of prioritize with them. So if someone goes out there and we can kind of get that list and start prioritizing and work our way that way with using that funding, the $200,000.
I would support that if we give the same courtesy to the Board of Elections. That's a much longer standing issue here in the senior, so we had that issue before we had a Senior Services Center. So I don't think it's appropriate just to snub one agency who has a clearly identified liable ADA issue and then jump on something and make amends to correct it immediately while ignoring the other ones.
I mean,
That's my position.
what if we had some kind of a brainstorming session where this month, well, you gotta have a brain
We
for it.
can't participate.
You know, just thinking about like the Kmart Plaza, it'd be a dual purpose, ADA compliant, that $200,000 could go towards the Board of Elections, potentially Senior Center, and at a much, potentially at a much less cost. But this money, I guess, would go back in the fund balance if we didn't use it. At that point in time, we could essentially do whatever we need to do when the time come. I feel like right now, it's really smoke and mirrors.
Let's just don't ignore clearly identified issues we have within our county agencies and pick one because it's a favorite and jump on it to make amends there while ignoring long-standing issues that we all know about and we just not stood up to the plate and addressed those. So I'm good either one, I don't want to, if we're classifying that funding as assessment, that's a big ticket for an assessment on one agency when we've got clearly identified issues with other county facilities that we're tongue-in-cheek, nothing ever happens.
It sounds like we're in agreement. The whole board's in agreement. It's just, do we put it in the budget now, or do we wait and see what actual costs are? I think that's Mr. Antoine.
Yeah, I guess we gotta get the cost first.
Yeah.
To understand like where that goes.
A capital improvement plan, we paid $160,000, well, that was space needs. We've ignored it, now we're just jiggling it around. So, let's don't forget clearly identified ADA issues we have within other agencies. That's all I got to say.
What was the number one?
Justice Center.
Justice Center.
And that's an issue we're going to have to address pretty soon.
I mean, that is absolutely critical.
Let's don't do it tonight. It's going to be a big conversation. You guys are going to have to do that.
And Josh, to try to kind of answer your concerns, okay, if we leave the 200,000 in, it's right now in senior services. If we explore some of their immediate needs, we take care of those, and there's funds left over, just as I spoke of doing a budget amendment in July, you guys have the discretion to say, okay, we've handled their immediate needs, there's some money left over, let's address the Board of Election needs, or let's address, the Sheriff's Department needs, or, whatever county department may have some immediate pressing needs. You guys have the total flexibility, just because it's sitting in senior services, and I mean, that's our intention, of course, is to use it for senior services at the moment, but you always have the flexibility to say, our priorities have changed, we'd rather use it over here, or we've got this emergency that came up.
What if we just right now at this time, maybe allocated our inspection department to go out there and do some investigations? And, we just put this money back in the fund balance and it'll be there when we need it.
If we'll do the same thing for the Board of Elections and Veteran Services,
That's fair.
and any other identified ADA issues within county agencies.
I mean, looking at this list right here, there's 15 items listed that they need, and 10 of them are related to parking and driveways at the
Where's
senior
this
center.
list?
I feel like we can go up there and we can really talk about.
Oh, I hadn't even seen this. We're just part of the.
From Jennifer. I can't tell you where I got it.
Pardon?
I got that.
And Josh, you're saying move it to fund balance, but our budget is balanced as presented with no use of fund balance. So if you want to take the 200,000 out of senior services, my suggestion would be to add it to contingency. If it's sitting in contingency, it has to have board action. Derek nor I have the authority to move funds out of contingency. Only you 5 gentlemen as a board have that authority. So, it's either one of two things. You leave it in senior services and move it later, or
Just feel like until we
now
have
with
a clear path
consensus,
forward.
you say we want to move it from senior services just into contingency as a placeholder, and then take action in the future.
I think when you're talking about senior services, I respect what you're saying, but I'm not sure the location is going to be adequate for the future senior services. And you can go and put lipstick on a pig, and it's not going to satisfy Josh's date or something. But anyway, what I'm saying is, I'm not sure that it's going to be large enough to accommodate some of the ideas and things that you're talking about now. I think you're going to have some people come in here to wanting to enlarge the senior services by moving to another building or something like that. I'm just not sure that what we're talking about is going to be adequate enough in the future for the population that they're accommodating there. And I'd saying that, having worked with them and being part of their team, they're going to get overcrowded.
That's why we had a capital improvement plan there. Was to have professionals clearly identify pressing needs of space, et cetera. And we have that plan. I was here, you were here. You and I were the only two here, I think.
But they're,
Making sure that's part of the point. Are you good with going to contingency? Let's just do that.
Okay,
still have flexibility.
this time, the show of consensus to increase the contingency fund by $200,000
And
With-
decrease senior services budget by
and
200,000.
decrease senior services budget by $200,000 with the understanding that we are going to gather more information on the immediate needs, on the immediate ADA needs at the Senior Services Center.
And I'd like to have a copy of that. Any documents, everything across this table, I'd like to have a copy of it, just for reference.
So if that consensus, we can show of hands to, that would signify consensus to proceed as I just outlined.
Two?
The reason I'm hesitating again, there's some concern within the leadership there that the building is not adequate for the population that they're accommodating now. And so if we go there and improve the facility, are we doing what?
And to that, Mr. Chairman, I think, this goes into, we do need more discussions around this facility. The capital, or the space needs analysis, which was conducted in 2018, recommended, it did recommend, it did mention the senior center. It was a tier 3 priority. There were 3 tiers of priorities, tier 1 being the most pressing, tier 3 being the least pressing, to be felt by Mosley Architects that conducted that analysis. However, they did recommend, and again, they looked at current as well as 20-year population projections, and they recommended, again, this was Mosley Architects, they recommended renovations and bringing the existing facility into ADA compliance, as they felt like most of these space issues dealt with parking, as Commissioner Young said, and the parking lot. A lot of the problems with that building single around the vehicular traffic and the parking out there, and that was noted in the space needs analysis. But as far as the facility itself, it was deemed to be adequate with the appropriate ADA renovations, and a copy of that is available. I'm happy to provide it. I cited that report in my budget message to this board. But that's just an FYI, and that's why I think, it's good that we're going in here and looking at this again, and we'll see, the population figures and the people that are coming through the doors and how that's changed since 2018. It'll give us a chance to look at all that.
I think there was a big change with the roundabout, with all the movement of the vehicles.
Very well.
And when that happened, I think you put people in harm's way of trying to occupy the facility. You can go there now, and you really have to think about going to that facility. You just don't drive up to it and go in. You have to think about going to that facility and how you're going to use the roundabout. Then when you do that, you also got to find a place to park. And I guess it's a safety piece with the generations that they're working with there that I'm concerned with personally, because again, somebody can get hurt there, and I just wish the roundabout did not help them. I guess I could say that. It made it more congested, made it less safe. You have people bringing other people there, dropping them off, those type of things. And it's just hard to maneuver around the senior citizen building. And I guess I'm saying this knowing that there's some leadership there that are concerned with this, that they'd also like to look at other places that you could build as senior citizens, occupy another building or something more like that, to go to another location. And that's something that could be discussed about or as we move down the road. I just hate to spend money on them knowing they have a concern about their location and the feasibility of that location being adequate and safe with the people who come there every day. And I just have to say that. And I think that has to be a consideration to think about. And $200,000 to repair that or to upgrade it, I'm not sure that the leadership there, I think they'd rather go to some larger place, more safe place. But that's something that we can look at and study with them, or whatever you want to do there.
Right, Mr. Chairman, I think that's exactly, I think this is this is a logical first step. Moving this to contingency kind of takes, it kind of takes the making immediate renovations and puts that to where, let's take this one step at a time. Let's go out to this building, let's have discussions with Senior Services Center, let's identify those pain points. And then when we have a better idea of what we're discussing, we can come back at this time. But nonetheless, that $200,000 is just moving from senior center to contingency. I mean, and that is going to get, we are still going to get the process started. And I don't see how this budget, again, a new senior, if we were to decide to build a new senior center, I think the latest cost numbers I seen was $12 million. We wouldn't be able to handle that with this budget anyway.
Right.
But what we're doing with this too, I mean, that would be something that we would need financing, and it goes through the same process such as the rec park and such as these other things that we're funding out of fund balance. But it's for this immediate budget, this $200,000 is going to be used to help us at least take that initial step towards looking at that facility and discussing with administration and leadership there why or why not that facility may not be adequate. That $200,000 is sitting there to assist us with that as we need in the contingency fund.
Also, just to play devil's advocate, just think, we don't know when we would have the funds to be able to build another senior center. So if it's not, let's just say it's not gonna happen, or buy, let's say that won't happen for 10 years. Do we wanna leave them in the situation that they're in as is for 10 years? Or do we wanna make some improvements until we're able to get them in a new building?
I think you have to do something that helps them, talk about ADA and whatever, to help them with the facility that they have at this time. And I don't think it's, I think you can look into the future and think about the future for the senior citizens of Macon County. And I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so is that, so again, we're gonna increase contingency fund by $200,000 with the understanding that we're going to begin discussing the future of the Senior Services Center. We're going to begin that process, identify some of the shortcomings of the facility, as well as any shortcomings with parking and ingress and egress. But nonetheless, we will begin that process, and we will move the $200,000 from the senior services budget into contingency. If we have a consensus, can I get a raising of hands to signify consensus on that?
That's what we just voted on, right?
Yes. Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
same
But
thing.
Gary was still pondering, so yeah, we didn't vote.
So that's 3-2.
3.
Lastly, we have two more things. The Ford Escape, Commissioner Sherrill brought up in the environmental health budget. Capital expenditure, of course, we're holding that position until January. We, of course, would not move forward with purchasing that vehicle if we did not fill that position. So there again, that money would just roll into fund balance should we not use it, but it would still be there in capital expenditures should we hire or need to hire an additional position in environmental health.
Are they currently open positions in environmental health?
There is one, right?
There's one, and then this is 2 more.
If we one more now with the.
We'll make the change to move the other one to the building inspector.
Proposed one.
Yes.
Right, proposed one more, yes.
But there is currently one vacancy that's already budgeted today in this budget year.
Mr. Higdon, I mean, is that one vacancy going to get them back to a 40-hour work week? Do they need this other position?
I'll reserve comment.
And I think that right now, the vehicle, there's 2 vehicles. So do we want to leave the vehicles in? We kind of addressed the positions earlier, kind of leave the money there but not do any hiring, and then take some of the money, we're going to amend the budget in July to move it to a building inspector. So then we've got the issue of two vehicles at 31,000 each.
Right.
What to
And-
do with those?
Right, with code enforcement, when we move that one.
Yeah, they'll need a vehicle, that's true.
Yeah, I think code enforcement, so, you know, if we wanted to leave that other vehicle in there,
If that new position
if
comes
that
to
new position,
fruition,
if
yeah.
we should have to hire it, it'll be in there,
That's
it'll be ready
true.
to go. If we don't, we'll have the money, it'll roll into fund balance, or the board could use it however else they see fit. So if we proceed in that manner, with that understanding, leave these two vehicles in the budget. If I could get a show of hands to signify consensus this time on that.
Maybe just one,
Just one?
one vehicle, one position.
Okay. So,
You'll need one vehicle for the new building inspector, right?
One position,
Joe's
one
still
vehicle.
here. And the other position is still in there
are we
as a
removing
hold.
the other, or leaving the funding for the other position in there?
I think the consensus is to remove the other position.
Oh, earlier we had consensus to leave it, so I'm confused.
Yeah, we had consensus to leave it earlier.
I see Joe standing up.
Oh, somebody just got me in hall, so you guys need me.
Well, the new position in code enforcement, will that need a new vehicle?
We don't have any extras.
Okay, so if we had that position in code enforcement, we'll need a new
vehicle.
vehicle. So at least one has to stay. We had a prior consensus to leave the other position and, but leave it unfilled and come back and revisit that in January. Do we still have that consensus to do that, to proceed in that manner?
We voted on that while, we did that while ago.
Yeah, we got it a minute
Yeah,
ago.
we had a 4-1 consensus earlier on that.
So we're okay.
Please leave it that way. Please, 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 please. Again, you're not talking about a simple move. Moving 200 from one department to another is simple, but when you get talking to people, their salary and fringe, it's not something that's simple to calculate on the spot.
Did you have another consensus?
Do we have consensus on do we have a consensus to move one of the positions that were originally budgeted to be added to environmental health, to move one of those positions into building inspections and leave the funding for the remaining position in the environmental health budget, with the understanding that we will revisit that in January to determine whether or not we'll fill that position in environmental health? If I could get a show of hands to signify consensus on that.
We had 4-1 earlier.
Let me just be clear. I'd like to have
Y'all are killing me.
if you want my opinion, I want one position moved to building inspection with one vehicle, and that's what I'm looking for, just to be crystal clear. Right now, we have 2 openings in environmental health proposed, and
And you're just wanting
just looking for one.
one position and one
And at that time, if we need to, we'll adjust.
So pull one,
I
so,
don't know what to do.
so we have a consensus to remove one position and one vehicle
That's right.
in environmental health and add a position, a building inspector position, to building inspections. And again, this will occur in a budget amendment on July the 1st, at our meeting in July, Lord?
Is that what you're requesting?
That would be preferable.
Okay. So we will remove a position and a vehicle from environmental health, and we will add a position and a vehicle originally budgeted in environmental health to building inspections. Could I get a consensus by show of hands on that? Okay. Lastly, the community funding pool. Is there a consensus to remove the $75,000 budgeted for the community funding pool from the fiscal year '25 budget? Again, this would be to remove the $75,000 budgeted for the community funding pool from the fiscal year '25 budget.
Can I say something first?
Yes, sir.
I just feel like I'm speaking, this Pisgah Legal Services, right? That's $6,000 going to Asheville. I know they represent people in this community, but I'm sorry, Teen Challenge of the Smokies is right here in Macon County, and they funded half of their requested amount. I just have to say that. I mean, I'm fine with this, but I wish they'd fully fund Enhanced Challenge.
Again, Commissioner Young, tonight, when they present those, this board has, in the past, the board is the ultimate deciding authority on this. So if this board wants to adjust these proposed funding levels that have been recommended by the community funding pool, if the board would like to adjust those amounts, that is the board, that is the ability of this board of commissioners. So just to be clear on that. So again, and I think that we will be discussing that here coming up, so you can do that if this board desires. But for now, Commissioner Higdon had recommended removing the $75,000 appropriated for the community funding pool from the fiscal year '25 budget. Is there a consensus to remove that from the fiscal year '25 budget? Could I see a show of hands? Fails. That's it.
You know, through this process, we're here bouncing around numbers and trying to get this budget adopted. And we're taking money from this and putting it in contingency. Well, you know, how about a real idea and give the taxpayers a decrease in their property taxes? I mean, if we got $500,000 here that we're floating around, then let's reduce taxes and balance the budget that way.
Mr. Chairman, those are the changes, and that is where this stands. Lori, where do you stand?
Okay. From what I gathered, we only have one immediate change to the budget ordinance as presented. So I'm referring to the budget ordinance in your packet that says Franklin Fire District 7-cent tax rate at the top. So the senior services budget would decrease to $1,018,878. And then non-departmental, which is where contingency is housed as well as other line items, that would increase to $1,899,356. So our general fund budget still remains at $63,704,651. And then I've made notes for the other changes as far as eliminating the one environmental health position in the vehicle, adding the building inspector in a vehicle, adding the athletic supplements. And we'll bring that to the July agenda, and the board can amend the budget to take those items into consideration at that time. And just for the record, by changing the Franklin Fire District to the 7-cent, the total Fire District Special Revenue Fund budget is $5,595,278. So if you were ready to approve the budget tonight, we just need a motion to approve the budget as presented by the county manager with the changes I just named, and approve the budget ordinance with these changes as well. So a motion to approve the fiscal year '25 budget and budget ordinance as presented by county manager with the changes just stated into the record.
I'd like to wait.
For Danny, yeah. Danny.
I mean, I don't mean to, I mean, I guess it's just a direct question, but I feel like, Lori, why are we not putting the money back in like a fund balance and taking it out of the budget? Keeping it in contingency seems like, is it just easier to pass the budget because we have the ordinance already here, or is there actual?
Well, if you take the $200,000 of expenditures, you've got to take revenue away somewhere. and there is no fund balance. We did not use fund balance to balance this budget. It's budgeted purely on revenue.
I understand that, but if you put it into fund balance, there would be a very nominal decrease, correct?
Well, it's in contingency, so if you don't spend it, it's going to roll into fund balance.
I
So it's kind
understand
of
that. I guess what I'm saying
accomplishing
is the
same thing.
image, the appearance to cater to Mr. Sherrill right here. If he's looking for the decrease appearance, essentially it is a decrease because we're not using it. If it went into general fund balance.
That's not, you can't do that one in the budget ordinance. Your revenues and expenditures must balance. So if you say take away 200,000 of expenditure, I've got to decrease some revenue by 200,000. We feel that all of our revenue projections are pretty solid. So then it becomes, which one do I choose to decrease?
Taxes.
We don't want to do that. Those sales tax have declined. But that's where we are. But I see what you're asking, but budgetarily, that can't be done. It can be done in a roundabout way by putting it in contingency and not spending it. Then it's going to roll into fund balance. If it's just put there and not spent. You know, in most years, we always start the budget with a certain amount of contingency. You guys typically don't appropriate all of it, and that just rolls into fund balance, so.
Any more conversation? Do we need to,
You want me to restate what I did earlier for Danny's benefit?
yes, he was absent.
Sure.
You have two budget orders, right?
Yes, so
And what was the manager's recommendation? I didn't,
there's two in the packet, one with Franklin Fire District remaining at 5.24 cent, one with Franklin Fire District at 7 cents. So the consensus tonight was a 3-2 consensus to approve their 7-cent tax rate. So that's the budget ordinance I'm referring to, is the one that says Franklin Fire District 7-cent tax rate. So that incorporates the county manager's recommended budget, also the board's consensus for Franklin Fire District 7-cent tax rate, and it makes the changes of decreasing the senior services by 200,000. So their new appropriation is $1,018,878, and then it increases non-departmental to $1,899,356. The bottom line budget is still $63,704,651. And then also, just for the record, the Franklin Fire District being at 7 cents, the total budget for the Fire District Special Revenue Fund is $5,595,278.
This time I'd like to make a motion, we approve the budget as presented by Mrs. Laurie, Finance
budget
Director.
ordinance.
And budget ordinance.
Thank you.
Second.
which one?
The one I just read out.
Had a motion, had a second. Any further discussion? If not,
Favor?
have a vote. Raise your hand.
All in favor?
All in favor?
All opposed? Passed 3-2.
Well, what about the polls?
What about what?
What happened on the polls? Did we have
3-2.
3-2, gotcha, go. Okay, we're ready to move on. Let's see, now we need to go back to the public comment period. No way.
Yes.
Break time.
I bet my blood pressure's probably 200.
10 minutes. 10-minute recess.
10-minute recess. We'll go back to the public comment period, so don't go back.
Y'all don't mind if I come back here, do you? Hey, buddy.
How you feeling? I'm good.
No, when you did all in favor, and then there was three, but then when you didn't say all opposed, so he didn't ever raise his hand because he didn't have to say all opposed, but Lori did. So Lori has to do all opposed. Yeah.
I can't see to the right. public comment, let's see.
Yes, Chairman Shields, I noticed on the public comment period that a lot of people had signed up to speak about the floodplain ordinance, and we have scheduled, or we haven't, on item 12B of the agenda, we are scheduling the floodplain ordinance public hearing for the July 9th meeting. So if anybody's here to speak about the floodplain ordinance, it might be more applicable and time efficient to discuss that at the public hearing next month. If you can't be here next month, or you just absolutely want to speak during your public comment period about that, then obviously you can.
Folks have sat here a long time.
And so the public hearing on that is going to be next month. So it's up to y'all, but you'll be heard for sure next month on that issue as well. When I say y'all, if you've signed up to speak, you can sign up, you're signed up to speak. It's just the public hearing on that is next month. You're still welcome to use your time to speak about whatever you want to speak about.
Okay, Kenneth Picasso. I may botch some of these names. I'll try. Kenneth?
I may speak about it next month too. While I've been in this county, I've worn many hats. Back when this floodplain ordinance was first developed, we brought in some research. We looked at what the state required. Our planning board at that time and the developers of this ordinance said, you know, we're not like the rest of the state. We're not flat like the coastal plain. We're not just rolling hills like Piedmont. We're mountainous. We have flash floods. Also, I've worn a hat with the fire department and first responder. And I heard at the planning board, an assistant chief say when they're calling for a flood, he had certain places he visited because he knew those folks were in danger. And he didn't want more people in danger. Changing this ordinance and putting more buildings, more development in these floodplains is going to put more people in danger. Going to put your volunteers at risk, may cause you to lose some volunteers. They have families they could be at home with rather than out with fire departments risking their lives during storms and hurricanes. And, you know, you can go back to Opal. We've had floods more frequently over the past 25 years or so than we have in the past. And it's just getting worse. Whether you're a science believer or a faith believer or whatever you want, we have that. But right now I'm speaking to you as the president of the board of directors for the Macon County Farm Bureau. And we support that. And the reason we support that is because the most productive farmland we have is the floodplain, the bottomlands in this county. We don't have a great deal of it. And in North Carolina, we're losing farmland faster than any other state in the nation. On a landmass area, we're losing it faster to development than any other state in this country. That's pitiful. If the pandemic taught us one thing, it taught us the importance of local food production. Get out and visit some of these fruit stands and vegetable stands, see what's being produced, look at the livestock, see where it's being produced, and you'll understand what I'm getting at. If you look at this ordinance and what's proposal, let's don't change something that's going to cost the county money, and it's going to cost in the long run the county money to change this ordinance, because you're going to lose your productive farmland. It's going to cost you more to protect those structures because you've got floods. And so don't make a hasty decision that's going to follow far into the future. Once it's developed, it's never going to be farmland again. Once you pave over it, once you build on it, it's gone, folks. So don't make a hasty decision based on profitability for a short term for some developer or someone who wants to build a recreation park that's right on the water's edge, because it's going to cause problems. So when this thing comes up for review, If you do anything to it, make it stronger. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Keiser, you keep it up with all the time, the beginning and the end. Okay. Betsy Bates, where's Betsy?
I think she may have gone home by now. Betsy Bates, she had to leave.
She left.
She's gone. Chuck, is it Chuck Giant? Grant?
Be me, sir.
All right, Mr. Grant.
I'm here to speak about I'm not sure what the changes to the floodplain ordinance are, but I am here to voice my displeasure at some issues that are associated with it. And I want to thank y'all for giving us a community building in Nantahala. I'm from the Nantahala community. And I have to say, I'm a bit surprised. I heard every community in the county mentioned tonight except Nantahala, for what it's worth.
It's going to be mentioned.
Good. So I bought a piece of property in Nantahala along White Oak Creek about 15 years ago. And I sold that to a fellow a while back. And the previous guy who held Mr. Allen's job, I had him come over there one time when it had been following a flood for a week. And I said, show me where the floodway is. And he said, it's right down there. It's obvious. That's where the water is. So I sold it to this fella and checked all the boxes, went to environmental health. They issued a septic permit for this property. And I went to get him a RV hookup box. And I had to visit Mr. Allen, a good man, Joe. And he showed me a map produced by FEMA that has what's called an exclusion area. And when that was surveyed onto the ground, this man can't use his property. And I always understood property rights to be, it was explained to me with a man holding a bundle of pencils. And he said, you have the right to ownership. That's your right to hold title to it. You have the right to exclusion. That's, you can keep whoever, that seems to be used a lot these days with all these keep out signs and gates. But you have a bundle of rights that belong to your property. One of those is the right to quiet enjoyment. That means you can use your property as you see fit. And so under this exclusion zone, you can't use this property. That just doesn't seem right to me. You know, I mean, where's his property rights? Where's that, who owns that piece of his bundle now? Because obviously he doesn't because he can't use it. So when you're working your way through this thing, just use that as a little food for thought. I understand this participation in this is voluntary. And probably if you didn't volunteer for it, you wouldn't get any federal disaster funding and that sort of thing. But there needs to be some common sense in it as well. I mean, you know, I'm a sixth generation Nantahala, and common sense runs pretty deep over there, or in most cases. But this particular piece of property, White Oak Creek, as I drove by there this evening, White Oak Creek's probably running 50 cubic feet per second. And a cubic feet per second, that's 1 cubic foot of water per second passing a given point. They've set the flood level on this at 4,500 cubic feet per second. That's 4 digits and 3 letters to most people. But what that really is, that's 100 feet long, 45 feet high, and 1 foot thick every second. That's not possible. I mean, it's just not possible there. Maybe I'm just here to vent about this, but you know, this has denied a man the use of his property. And when I had the fella come over prior to Mr. Allen, there wasn't a problem with it. You know, you can see where the water is going down here on the lower end of this property, and that's where it's going to go. Most of it was going across the creek through somebody else's property. But now this guy's, and I mean, he bought the property, you know, and I don't feel responsible for that because I acted on what I was told at the time when I sold it. I said, the floodway's right down there. That's what I was told. Well, now when I went to get him a permit for his RV, hell, 2/3 of his property is the floodway, according to some bureaucrat somewhere sitting behind a desk who's never seen the place. He hadn't spent 66 years watching it flood there. I have. So I guess I just want y'all to take people's personal property rights into consideration when you do anything with this floodplain ordinance. You know, I mean, if you can't use your property, why own it? And who does own it if you don't? If you can't use it, who owns it? Does the county own it? Does FEMA own it? They don't pay the taxes on it. Well, he does, but he can't use it. So, you know, his rights have been stripped away. That pencil's gone out of his bundle of pencils, and he had nothing to do with that, nor did I. Somebody somewhere at a desk behind a computer determined that for us. And that just doesn't seem to be right or fair to me. So just use some common sense is all I'm saying, because it seems to be in short supply.
Thank you. Well, Jeff Wheeler, Jeff go. Weller,
Who Mr. Schultz left?
Jeff Weller,
He moved to the public hearing section.
okay. Next week, next month,
No.
yeah, okay. Where'd Sarah go? Sarah?
Yes.
Watch your clocks. Well, I don't have to say anything.
I'll try.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sarah Johnson, Otto native and a naturalist. I'm here tonight to speak in regards to the floodplain ordinance change, the change to the erosion ordinance, and the RV parks of the floodplain. We are not just a group of tree-hugging, fluffy bunny hippies. We are a diverse group with different political views, different religions, and different backgrounds. Some of us are from out of state, but a lot of us are natives. We fish, hunt, and paddle and love this river and the mountains that shape it. We understand property rights and how they can impact our fellow neighbors and the environment that the Creator has blessed us with. Two things to keep in mind here. Mr. McCaskill mentioned earlier how we are losing farmland faster than any of the other states. The quote I looked up, we were second in the nation for losing farmland. Macon County also is the second in the state for the highest amount of rainfall per year. Highlands ranks as the wettest city and normally sees 85 inches a year. Transylvania County has the honor of getting the most rainfall in the state, hence perhaps why Brevard has more strict protections on their floodplain. It would be wise to follow their example. The existing ordinance exists to the historic and deadly storms of 2004, and data shows that these 100-year flood events are occurring more frequently. Most people don't appreciate how these old fields are, how old these fields are. Hundreds, maybe even thousands of years old. You're covering up a lot of history with this proposed fill dirt, and it could be hard for some to appreciate the main function of those fields, that is to allow the water to fan out and slow down. Most of the most productive agricultural land in the county can be found in the floodplain. They are important to the character of our community. So much history is in this soil. Do you really want to wait until after you've filled in these fields that you miss the old countryside? It's irreplaceable. It brings people here in the first place. There's more value to this land than just as property in the here and now. What happens when another Ivan happens? NOAA is already forecasting an active hurricane season, and inland flooding is some of the hazards we get. And when the people from the coast flee inland in their RVs, you've got a congestion issue on top of a regular emergency. Local people have to compete enough for resources already. These fields will get flooded, and the dwellings placed too close will get inundated. Is the county prepared to spend extra time, money, and manpower to evacuate and rescue extra people? What does it do to our ability to respond to existing issues during a crisis? If you have a field full of campers, then your EMS and first responders have to respond and rescue them. You increase the risk not only to the tourists, but to our local law enforcement, EMS, fire department, and volunteer first responders who have to rescue everybody. If you think I'm exaggerating, look up the tragedy in 2020 in Alexander County at the Hiddenite Family Campground, or a Laurel Bank Campground in Haywood County in 2021. Let's not add Macon County to that list. You also mentioned wanting to create a free place for the kids to play. I think that's a great thing. That helps not only their physical health, but also the behavioral health that we've all talked about. The river provides a wonderful place for such recreation, but the water must be clean. Mountain True's past results are alarming, and I hope the commissioners will take up the task of cleaning up the river for the sake of the children. I understand your dislike of regulation, but in this case, you are fighting the very regulations that would provide our children with clean water to play in. Wouldn't you want your kids to be able to catch a catfish in Little Tennessee without worrying about E. coli? We have an existing E. coli problem that would be only exacerbated by an increase in RV park sewage that is that close to the river. Let's not make the problem worse for our children. Leave the floodplain ordinance alone, control ordinance erosion better, and no RV park sewage in the river. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Bill? Bill McClarney?
Thank you. I think you all know who I am, so it's not going to be any surprise when I say that I continue my position of being adamantly opposed to any significant change to the existing floodplain ordinance. And that position is supported by reasons that have been expounded by me and others on previous occasions. I do want to bring up 3 new points related to a new proposal, which I understand is before this board. I almost accidentally found out about it. I've learned that some people closer to the process than me didn't know about it until the last minute. So that kind of leads into one of my first issues, which is that I'm not happy about the level of transparency in this process at this point. I think we were all happy with the idea of forming a committee to talk about this, but my understanding, and I think everybody's understanding, as I left the last commissioners' meeting, was that that committee was going to be charged with consulting with a group of people with expertise in matters related to floodplain management. So far as I know, that consultation has not been had, and yet you have a proposal before you. It makes one think that somebody is trying to push something through before they have to consider something inconvenient. So I'm unhappy with that. Secondly, I want to talk about the word access. If you look at the proposal as it's written, the first word that catches your eye is access. Oh, this is a proposal about providing people that have a problem with access, solving that problem. All for that. I don't see why that requires major changes to the ordinance. But if you read a little deeper, it looks to me like that word access is stuck up there as a stalking horse for a proposal which, if enacted, would permit major filling in the floodplain. And my third point has to do with my objection to the piecemeal process of permitting that is proposed. And let me explain my position on that. If you take me down to the river, stand in the floodplain, show me a piece of land that you want to fill, I might not like it, but unless it's humongous, I probably wouldn't have a leg to stand on saying you're going to cause problems to your neighbor. And an engineer that you might hire who knows more about this than I do could not come up with numbers substantiating that. But that puts us in the danger of having our floodplains nibbled to death. You put a little fill here, a little fill there, a little fill here, another place over here, another one there, and the next thing you know, you've got a whole lot of fill, and that same engineer is going to be able to show you that, yes, you are creating a substantial risk for other property owners. So it looks to me like it's a stealth proposal to permit massive floodplain filling by permitting little fills one by one. And I don't know where to go from there. I just do think that it is incumbent on us, Macon County, to manage our floodplains in a way that takes into account the interests of and the risks to every landowner and the interests of the general public. And now that I've used that word general public, I will add that so far as I can see, there are a lot more people in this county. Now, I know we don't decide these things by referendum and popular vote, but as the county commission, I think you should take in mind there are a lot more people in this county who are happy with the existing floodplain ordinance and the protection it offers them than there are people that want it changed. And I'd just like to add, I got two people that had to leave that authorized me to say they support my position. They're signed up, Pam Walker and Betsy Baste, so you can mention that.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. Is it Dana or is it Anna Fuel? Dana, all right.
You're old enough to remember Rosanna Dana, right?
There you go.
First, I'd like to thank you all for all the hard work you do on behalf of this county. My husband and I moved here about 8 years ago because the place is beautiful. And we met people who really cared about the natural resources. And so when we learned about these proposed changes, we were concerned, maybe even alarmed. And so since you're not going to have a hearing for another month or so, I suppose I have some questions to put on the table in the meantime. And these have a lot to do with what Bill was talking about in terms of transparency. So I think one of my questions would be, exactly in whose interests are these changes being proposed? And if there are a lot of landowners who really do feel the need to fill in the floodplain, or there are a lot of property owners who want to put in RV parks at this point, then surely we've heard, even tonight from Mr. McCaskill, that there are substantial damages that can be done downstream, and we should be aware of that. But even if there's just one property owner, or even a few property owners who want to fill in or build RV parks, then I think we have to ask, why should the financial ambitions of one or a few outweigh the environmental and communal health of the entire county and beyond? And if you want to argue that really there is not that much damage to be done, then I think the public deserves to know what experts you've talked to come to that conclusion. Yes. Environmental experts, insurance experts, communal health experts, all of those. So if that could be made transparent before the next meeting, that would really be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, Linda. Is it Willoughby?
I agree with what others have said before me so eloquently, and I oppose the changes to the floodplain ordinance. It feels irresponsible to me to not bring in experts and get what hydrologists and biologists would say about this issue. I think it's bad for our county, I think it's bad for people, and I think it's bad for the environment. Thank you.
Lynn Willoughby?
Hi.
How are you, Lynn?
Fine, thanks. I just wanted to add my voice to the choir who's already spoken and to say, please don't make this decision lightly and quickly. Please listen to the experts and let some measure of common sense rule here so that we don't have another Peaks Creek or another catastrophe like they've had over east of here. It just seems to be irresponsible to give to the people who want to make camping. I'm a camper. I love camping. I do it all the time. But outsiders coming in to use this property to enjoy what we have here, they're going to come anyway. But to take away the bottomlands that we need to refresh the river there's no turning back from that kind of thing. So, thank you.
Thank you. Olena, you'll have to help me a little bit. How you doing? How do you say your last name?
Good evening, everyone. This is Olena Romanchuk.
Thank you.
And I would like to voice my concern about the impact of possible changes to the floodplain ordinance. I understand the importance of personal property management. However, it is important to consider cumulative impact from each proposed change to the floodplain ordinance on our community as a whole, and myself included. I would like our ordinance to be proactive. I would like a peace of mind that my own property and my life is protected or has a lower risk of flood damage. And current ordinance gives me that peace of mind. Since this is such a delicate matter and has a broad impact on our community as a whole, transparency and the progress of decision-making ought to be available for easy public access. Especially, I've talked about property damage and flood damage and risk to life, and especially as we heard today, we have reluctancy of funding emergency services such as fire department. I understand as an accountant that it is important to follow balance and budget. However, we need to account for long-term risks and expenses as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So they're going to have to help me again. It looks like last name Powell, but I can't swear to it, or it could be F-U.
Yes, that's.
All right.
Fuel.
You, all right. Is it David?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I am a retired high school biology teacher and environmental science teacher. So I simply wanted to say that the purpose of the floodplain, the biological function of the floodplain in an ecosystem is so critical to slow the water down, to let it spread out. And any fill reduces the space for that water to naturally lose its energy and naturally lose its sedimentation. That water then gets channeled. When I was teaching, I used to love to say to my kids, do this at home. So I'm telling you, do this at home. Take a bowl, fill it with water so that the next drop makes it overflow, and jam your hand in it. You're not going to do that, because you're going to make a mess and somebody's going to throw, not hand, throw a mop at you. In this case, if we fill that floodplain, the water will jam the river, silt it up, silt up the lake, endanger houses and properties downstream. It's just simple physics. When we have these flood events, the water's got to go somewhere. The Cowie Labs data is very clear that we are seeing more and stronger flood events. That's not arguable, that's fact. That's not going to change, it's going to get worse. So making a move now to limit the floodplain's ability to protect us is dangerous, pure and simple. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Ms. Hawk, Jennifer Hawk.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you to the special committee for reviewing all of the information. There's a lot to sift through. I am concerned in reviewing the amended or the revised ordinance. I don't see any mention of marine life or soil or water conservation experts or conservationists being consulted. And so I'm really concerned about the cumulative negative effects on particularly aquatic life. So fish, anything that lives in the water, and especially after hearing his mention of silt, that will affect the aquatic life. So it's not just people, it's life in the river that we need to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Jennifer. Kathy Stillwell. Kathy?
I just want to express my strong support of leaving the floodplain ordinance as is or strengthening it. We're fortunate to live here. We're fortunate that the work has been done to preserve and conserve what we have as a way of beauty. And we're lucky we have the opportunity to continue to do that. Other places in the state and towns have not been so fortunate. So I want to preserve what we have. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Pam. Angela Faye Martin. You are?
Yeah, I want to echo everyone else's appreciation of the work that you all are doing. But I also want to ask you just to please cease and desist this floodplain issue. We have a good floodplain ordinance. This is a colossal waste of my time. A lot of people in this room, not everyone, but a lot of people in this room can earn a living someplace else. And I'm going to go against the best advice of a lot of my colleagues in forest conservation and river protection and just in being a citizen in general. And I'm going to bring up endangered species. We all were alive, most of us in this room, during the whole spotted owl thing. We all know that red wolves are endangered, and there's a lot of reasons for that. But those of us that are in this room are messing around with the birthright of future generations of Maconians when we forfeit the existence of species on the precipice of extinction in the Little Tennessee River, whose sole reasons for dying out on our watch are dams, pollution, and guess what the third one is? Silt and sedimentation. That's something we can do something about. When the time comes, we'll do something about dams, hopefully. But people rattle sabers all the time about what freedom means to them. You know, it might mean paying less taxes. Freedom to me means being able to put my boat in the Little Tennessee River and have future generations know that we protected their right to put a boat in the Little Tennessee River and be able to go make a dinner of red-eye bass, fried up in cornmeal batter when they get home. Red-eye bass cannot live in a silted up river. It can't. It's reliant on clean water. Oh, it'll flush out. It's kind of orange right now. It'll be all right tomorrow. There's a big rain, Angela. It's a big rain. Well, anybody that ever says that to me, I always ask them one question. I always say, do you know what glaucidia is? Does anybody in this room know what an Appalachian elk toe is? I'll give you a hint. It has nothing to do with elk. Ultimately, it probably is connected to elks in some complex way that only our Creator knows about. I'm sorry, I get extremely passionate about this issue. Freedom is someone being able to get in that river and know that they can get dinner out of it. That river, the symbolism of rivers and all that they represent, there's a reason people are baptized in the river. Appalachian elk toe is a mussel that lives, a lot of them, what's left of the populations are just downstream a little bit, going toward the Needmore, just down from Dean's Island, that whole area right there. They're a highly vulnerable species. The other critically endangered species that we have, or endangered species we have, is also a riparian species. It's Virginia spirea. It's blooming right now, and I would give one of my digits to take any of you commissioners down the river with me and talk about this stuff. I promise I will make it fun. I won't get sanctimonious about endangered species. I might talk about it a little bit when your boat gets close enough to mine, but you can always paddle away from me when you get sick of hearing about it. Please, you know, you'll hear about, those of you on this committee that they put together, they'll talk about floodways, and they'll talk about flood fringe. It's all the floodplain. All of those fine points are the floodplain. And there's a reason that the floodplain property is inexpensive. It's because you can't do much with it. You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to protect it. You've got to be shepherds. Please, please, please be good shepherds.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Angela. Ms. Urban, Susan, there she is.
Hi, you all have heard from me before, so I will keep it brief. Most of my points have been made tonight. I'd like to reinforce that we sure would like to see knowledgeable people brought in to talk to the committee before they make recommendations. Maybe a hydrologist, maybe somebody who's worked with floodplain mapping. You all talked about Lewis Penland, who has done all kinds of work in the floodplain. One should hear from those people before making the recommendations, not after. 25% fill is a lot of fill, and with permission from the administrator, it can exceed 25%. And like other people have said, one property fill 25% maybe doesn't make a difference, but this one and this one and this one and this one. Look at it like straight piping. You could straight pipe one house into the Little Tennessee and it wouldn't make a difference, but you start straight piping a bunch of houses into the Little Tennessee, and we've made that illegal because it makes a mess. We've mentioned we are floodplain property owners, and my father built his house right in the floodway. Those of you who know me might be surprised. My father was a World War II very conservative Republican, and he basically thought that nature would not mess with him. And he did not like taking advice from his overeducated son-in-law, Dr. Bill McClarney, who was an aquatic biologist, who said, "Pop, that's the floodplain," but he built his house there. And he said later that it was the stupidest thing he ever did in his life. 3 months after he finished the house, it flooded. We probably had 12 floods through the house since then, up to 5 feet of water. I would like to just tear it down, but that's a problem too. So it definitely matters to downstream property owners. I have my garden in the floodplain, which is a fine thing to do, but I've actually seen my green peppers fill up with muddy water, which doesn't make for a very good crop. So I prefer to not have more flooding of my agricultural land. Ken McCaskill has spoken very eloquently about proper uses. Traditionally, Macon County floodplain was used for hayfields, and that's an excellent use. And I think we're going to get ourselves in a lot of trouble if we start filling little by little by little. The proponents for this, for some changes, have often said, "Oh, we're just talking about an access road so a farmer can get into his fields. I have not heard of one farmer who wants an access road. There may be, but they've repeatedly said access road, culvert, just some little something to make the property more accessible. If that's what it's about, then I wish you would focus on that. You could build an access road, you could put a culvert. That's not 25% fill. So thank you for your consideration, and I hope you will think about the really long-term effects of this, because this will go on for decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you. Where's my Heather at? Heather Johnson. There she is.
Hey.
Hey, Heather.
Hey. My name is Heather Johnson, and I live in Otto. And as a property owner in Otto, I want to say that I support everything that the previous folks have said regarding preserving the current floodplain ordinance, especially Mr. McCaskill and Ms. Martin. But I'm here tonight speaking in support of the Macon County Public Library and to call for its continued partnership with the Fontana Regional Library. I'm not very confident that you county commissioners are doing anything to protect our library and librarians from slander and abuse, especially judging from the ridiculous and ignorant shows that Diane Catlin continues to put on at the local library board meetings. Her conduct is shameful, and it reflects upon you commissioners directly, as you were the ones who recommended her over many other much higher qualified candidates. Every time she demonstrates her continued confusion over the Macon County Public Library bylaws and Robert's Rules of Order, I have you to thank. Every time she derails a meeting to throw a tantrum because her bigoted opinions can't be taken into the meeting minutes just because she created a handout, I hold you responsible. Danny Antoine is supposed to be the liaison to the Macon County Public Library. However, I've yet to see him attend a meeting, and I certainly wish he would so that he can see what a spectacle he's created. For a person who touts herself as an etiquette teacher, you wouldn't know it to sit through any of the Macon County Public Library board meetings. I can honestly say that Diane Catlin would never have made it through the Maud Shope School of Etiquette and Manners. The other counties think Macon County is creating an issue where there is none, and many of us Maconians agree. We are all quite capable of minding our own children, especially when given access to the things that parents and children need to succeed, such as the library provides. I resent folks like the Catlins, Castles, Gastons, and any county commissioner that doesn't support the freedom to read for thinking that you have the right to usurp mine. How dare you think that your value system is more valid than mine? I've lived here as long as the folks I've mentioned above put together, and I will never allow anyone to control what I or my child may access to read or how I parent my child. I hear Mr. Antoine talk about fathering the fatherless, but not all of us parents want this type of fathering. If you are truly concerned for the welfare of children in Macon County, why don't you focus on the topics about which you have been begged for help, such as when Gracie Parker and her family continue to plead for adequate mental health access for families and trauma counselors in schools? Instead of trying to dismantle the library and allowing the harassment and slander of librarians and other county employees by your new board picks and their husbands, why don't you focus on improving our schools and increase access to low-cost resources for families? Instead of trying to change the laws to increase wealth for a few at the expense of the many, why don't you work on protecting the environment and ecology of Macon County? This is a fight that I will never give up on. We will be here long after most of you have moved on, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let any of you take Macon County backwards. Forward together and not one step back. I will never forget that this fight started because some pathetic bigots got big mad over a pride display, forgetting that many of us in Macon County are either queer or love someone who is. If you think that we will allow hate in our holler, you don't know who the hell you're dealing with.
Woo-hoo! Thank you.
45 minutes.
45 minutes. Thank y'all for your
Big
comments.
it again. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
And this public comment period is over. Let's see, where do we go from here?
Additions.
Here you go, Paul.
Oh.
Now we're going to more place. Use
Hold on.
no.
That one lady at the
I just wasted time. Well, Do you want me to keep it there? Where's Joe? Is he still here? Okay, let's see what we've got to do here now.
Number 8.
What'd you say?
Number 8.
Oh, okay, I thought you said you want a break.
No, let's do 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and get out of here.
Additions to agenda, so we've done all that, have we? Any more,
Are there any additions?
No.
we've done all that. Adjustment to and approval of the agenda?
Commissioner Shields, if possible, after item number 11A on old business, like to request a brief closed session to discuss potential acquisition of property.
11A1.
11A1.
11A1. 11A1, where's the?
Joe left.
What?
Joe.
11A1.
Mr. Chairman, if we could, I think
Joe, we got them.
Mr. Allen has a commitment as well. Where is he at on here?
I do too.
We moved 12B to,
12B, and that fits right along with the, with what we just heard from public comment on the floodplain. So if we could move, all Mr. Allen will be doing is giving us a report. So if we could move that item number 12B to reports and presentations.
are we gonna call that 10A?
We're going to call it 10A. Yes, sir.
Which one's that, 12B?
12B, it's on your, it's on new business, Paul, on the other.
Yeah, I got it.
You got it? Joseph, your time.
Yeah. Make a motion to approve the agenda.
Any further discussion? If not, all agree, raise your right hand. 5, okay. All right, brother, it's yours.
Come on up, Joe.
Go clock it.
Please. You guys should have your agenda packet, the recommendations from the subcommittee about the proposed changes to the flood damage prevention ordinance. Do we want to go over those changes, Eric, or we want to wait to public hearing?
I think you can wait and go over in the public hearing. They are all on the website. The proposed changes are on the website. They're in the agenda packet. If anybody that wants to go online and look at that. Very transparent, has the red line. They're all there.
Yep.
Really, I don't want to take up much time. I guess, Joe,
And I do.
give this board just a quick overview of.
Yeah, I'll give you a quick, in my opinion, these are middle-of-the-road changes. We're not turning people loose to mass fill without proving in some way that it's not going to hurt anybody. Yes. So these are not, these are middle-of-the-road changes. We feel like they're middle-of-the-road changes. They're not turning developers or property owners loose just to fill whenever, wherever they want with mass filling. But it does allow some freedom for small sections of fill. I think that some people have been mentioning here tonight. But if you want to do mass filling, you're going to have to prove to us with a hydraulic engineer study that that's not going to change anything. And that's, I think, at the end of the day, we have, somebody mentioned Brevard, these changes are modeled off the city of Brevard and Henderson County's ordinances. It's a little bit of mix in both of those ordinances together and how they handle fill in those jurisdictions.
I've read through it, and some of it I don't understand, but all those, but when it gets down to the actual field, because I think floodplains could be utilized for things, farming is important, but light camping or non-disturbed camping, it would be good with sewer and water. But anyway, the field, 25% number stuck out, and I couldn't find any discussion about that in the proposed change. What is 25% of what?
25%. Okay, so floodplain's made up of two parts, the floodway or the non-encroachment area, Paul, and you know that. And then that rest of the area from that floodway, non-encroachment area to the flood line is called the flood fringe. So that would be 25% of that flood fringe on your parcel. That's what we're talking about, that 25% of the flood fringe. So if you had a 5-acre parcel and an acre of it was in the flood fringe, you would be allowed to fill 0.25, a quarter an acre.
And
in simple terms.
My error, I didn't look under the definitions for the definition of fill. Yeah,
it's in here.
I mean, this is 100-something pages of agenda, and I picked it up Monday, so.
Yeah, it should be in here.
I don't. New Testament, just read the red letter stuff.
Pardon?
Just read the red letter.
No, that was put there by an attorney, and there's no way I would go out on that limb.
So you want me to read the definition of fill, Paul? It's on page 5. The definition.
It's on what?
It's on page 5. Definition.
Page 5 of, let me find, right there's the ordinance, that's page 16.
There's been no change to that, but the definition for fill is in there.
We've got warm pizza back there, so a cold pizza, just hang on. Fill, okay. No reference to depth, whether it's 6 inches, I mean,
no.
Filling itself, you know, if it's, there's a big difference in 6 inches of fill.
Well.
The level of a road or something, than 6 foot fill. The displacement factor is phenomenally different.
Yeah, yes, but somebody actually asked me that question out in the hallway. And the way I view it is, if you're filling above what FEMA's calling the base flood elevation, if you fill above that level, whether you're filling 6 inches above that level or 6 feet above that level, that water's still not going. You still deplace that water. Is that, you follow me there?
Oh, yeah.
So, that depth, we could argue about that depth, but if you're above the BFE with your fill, how much above your BFE, I don't know that matters as far as water displacement.
And you and I briefly jabbed at each other. I like doing that with Alan. But you're a good friend, and I appreciate what you do.
Yeah.
I just casually said, I heard it mentioned, repeated, and now, let's get together to remove Lake Emery Dam. We heard reference to endangered species. We've heard reference to, that would change the flood, everything upstream. That would change the flood level. Obviously.
It'd have to, yeah.
So if people really if we want to be bold in what we're doing, let's go all the way. But anyway, that's all I got to say. Thank you, Joe, for what you do, man.
Yep. Thank you, Paul.
Yep. Joe.
Thank you, guys.
We go back to old business, is that right?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, if you will.
You kept wanting to go into executive session or closed session.
Nope. We need to schedule the public hearing.
Consider said public hearing, though. Set date for public hearing, we're going to consider them.
Next month. You have to do
July
July
9th, but I thought we already established that.
We haven't made the motion to set that yet. We need to make the motion to schedule the public hearing for July 9th on the floodplain ordinance revision. Proposed.
So moved.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in agreement, raise your hand. Oh. 5-5. All
Was that
right,
all
5-0.
three? Floodplain, erosion control.
Yes.
That would have all three of them.
But are those independent motions, or will that cast all three of them?
I think that we had the motion for the other ones at last month's meeting to put on July.
Yes, you did. You scheduled those other
We did.
ones last month.
You haven't seen them?
You weren't here.
I've seen them, I didn't call, so.
You were in the hospital.
And just an update on those, this is a quick update on those. We did get the okay back from the state on the changes to the erosion control ordinance. They're fine with those. Watershed, still holding back, waiting to get back from watershed, on watershed.
To Mr. Stahl's point last month, I felt, can you explain the vetting process and how, what we went through to make sure this doesn't, adversely affect Macon County and their insurance rate?
As far as, okay, yeah. All right, so once the subcommittee met, we shot the flood ordinance, our proposed changes off to Eric. He had a few minor things that he wanted to look at. Then we actually had a Zoom meeting with the state floodplain mapping guys after they reviewed it. They had no recommended changes on what we had put in there. They were all in agreement that that was okay and within FEMA guidelines. They had a few little things that we hadn't kept up with over the years, some numbers on some certificates that they wanted changed to meet what current numbers are. But as far as what we actually changed, they were fine with. So we're not, as long as we enforce the ordinance the way we have it written, proposed to be written, we're not going to face any repercussions from state floodplain mapping guys or FEMA.
Who's in charge of enforcement?
Of?
Who's the enforcement agency over these ordinances now? Are you still doing that?
Well, Caleb is actually doing most of it. He's working for me though, but yeah. So yeah, at the end of the day, Paul, yeah.
But when you take building, your plan is what?
Whatever you guys tell me to do, I do, Paul. I mean, seriously, I mean, all seriously. I'm still helping Caleb, and Caleb, get up here, Caleb. Caleb will tell you this floodplain ordinance is a beast. It's a beast to try to get all this stuff kind of halfway figured out, this floodplain stuff, and so I'll help him as long as he needs me to help him.
And you're doing part code enforcement?
Yep.
So you're just...
Yeah. Wherever there's a problem.
Well, we appreciate you. Glad you're there.
All right.
I like that one.
All right. All right, see you guys.
Thanks, man, appreciate it.
Thank you, Joe.
Mr. Rowland, you said something a while ago about executive session,
Yes, sir. We'll first need to do 11A. We have Ms. Kite with LS3P here with us tonight. As we noted on May the 28th, we would be coming back before this board at our June meeting to provide a summer work number for Vinoy. You'll see the updated capital project summary sheet I laid in front of you there that outlines the action that we need to take this evening on that. Tammy, do you have an extra copy?
Dude, I just saw that, yeah.
My copy's right here. We'll need to authorize the county manager to enter into a construction contract with Vinoy Construction containing a GMP Amendment 1 in the amount of $243,800 and approving the accompanying budget amendment. And this cost includes environmental assessment in addition to mechanical and electrical costs associated with boiler installation at the Highlands project, which will need to be completed this summer in order for that project to remain on schedule.
But you haven't got a breakdown on that yet.
Yes, we do have a breakdown of those, of that 243.8.
the red.
Is it here, one of these?
I think we have it in an email. Yeah, that's the summary. But that, of course, will be spelled out in the contract with Vinoy. The 243.
I'm sure at this time we voted to kill pre-K.
I had a few questions for you. Wing it, I guess, 'cause I'm with my questions. Emily, do you have a breakdown of this 243,000 as per?
Yeah, this is TJ Hollers with Vinoy Construction, so he can go through in detail what each of those line items are.
Yeah, no worries.
Yes, sir.
Not a
Thank you.
problem. So, 23,000 of it is a breakdown of due diligence costs. That's ultimately doing preliminary investigation with, inside that is camera, sewer line cameraing, environmental assessment. So that's checking for contaminated soils, those type of things. Hazardous material survey, private locates, roof coring. That makes up about almost $24,000 of it. And I'm using round numbers, so. General requirements, so that's cleanup, trash removal, portalette, et cetera. Electrical is about $2,600, so it's basically just disconnect and reconnect. The lion's share of the cost is the mechanical, and that's ultimately the retrofit kit for the boilers. And that's, as Derek mentioned, that's ultimately so we can get in there and get that work completed before cooling season. Before heating season. Got it backward. And that's about 150, almost 154,000 of that cost. Permit fees, about $3,200. General conditions, that's for us to manage the work, getting it in place, et cetera. And then remainder, general liability, $2,800. Builder's risk, $900. Sub-default insurance, $3,500. Bond, and then we've got some contingency in there of $6,700, and then our fee, $11,000.
What is the story on the oil tank? That was in the, because it looks to me like it, and it would surprise me that you could give a firm number on the unknown.
We have not. It's only for the investigation of that. That's right.
So that,
Not at this time. Yep.
And that assessment work is required for permitting to remove the tank, and that will clarify what the scope will be, that will be included as part of that removal process. So if there's any other kind of remediation of soil or things that have to happen as part of that, this assessment report will clarify that for us.
sir?
Let me see my paper. Thank you.
I have it right.
I know.
That's not the one I was looking for.
It's an old one. Okay.
No, I never supported this, start with, so. A couple of years ago, we killed pre-K and high, and that's gonna cost us $8 million, so. I ain't gonna get on the wagon, freestanding classrooms and everything else, so. Go.
We hadn't gone that far yet. This right here is the work, most of this stuff here is going to be, at the,
Summer work. I like that, better than summer school.
Is it 243,000? Is that what your motion?
Yeah, just to be the motion as outlined in the red there in the sheet.
The budget amendment was included as part of your packet. The appropriate general fund balance for $243,000. Like Derek said, if you read what's in red, That's the motion. Whoever
Motion, okay.
wants to make the motion, Gilby Watson Reed, please.
The layers on them.
You can jump ship to the Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to make a motion that we authorize county manager to enter into construction contract with Norwood Construction Company, GMP Amendment 1 in the amount of $243,800 and approval of the company's budget amendment. Cost includes environmental assessment in addition to mechanical and electrical costs associated with the boiler installation.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in agreement, raise your right hand. Or would you do a quick one on me?
No, I'm quick, man. I never supported pre-K in Highlands.
Okay.
State stopped funding
I
it.
just want to make sure I didn't lose you.
All opposed for.
All opposed? All, not yours. All opposed, raise your hand. I'll cut some of these off. 4-1. Okay.
I make a motion, we go into closed session, Mr. Chairman.
That's pursuant to NCGS 143-318.1185 for possible property acquisition.
Can we just, you have a approximate time on that, or is that?
That's Mr. Rowland's,
Oh,
Let's do it.
I quit forecasting times a long time ago.
yeah, but I seen my union school teacher back there a long time ago, principal.
Thank you.
that new one. Somebody just gave me the end. 11B.
It's Chris, right?
Who's here from consideration of bid award for the future Carson Convenience Center, 6-4 East? Who is, there he is.
We just opened these Friday, so sorry you didn't have a chance to look at this. Not a lot to see.
Is that at Cartoon Day School? Is that the one out there? There was no action taken in closed session.
At the risk of not reviewing this project, put out bids, got 3 back. You see there, the 3 bids and a letter from McGill, who's handling this project because it's DOT related. I am just asking the board to accept McGill's recommendation of the low bidder for this project. I didn't keep one of those for myself, so.
Award the bid to Parish Contracting LLC for $200,000.
What was the, what did the DOT or what were the preliminary estimates on that project, Chris?
I think in the neighborhood of about 300.
It's good to see a local company on there.
So what Lori said, and then authorize the county manager to sign a contract for the work.
Money comes out
It's a
of,
budgeted item.
money comes out of,
The enterprise fund.
Yeah, it's a budgeted item. Comes out of the enterprise.
So you're just looking into, you're looking for approval, county manager to enter into a contract agreement, first contracting?
Yes, sir.
And award the bid. And technically, a motion to award the bid to Parish Contracting. for
This time, I'd like to make a
$249,000.
motion, we authorize county manager to enter into, or to award the bid, I'm sorry, to Parish Contracting, the amount of $249,000.
And authorize the county manager to enter into contract.
And authorize county manager to enter into the contract.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion?
It's down there at the old Cartucket J School.
Yes, sir.
when you gonna start?
Be a good spot.
Hopefully it's just in a couple weeks.
What will you do with the old one?
The old what, sir? The old center?
Yeah.
I'll,
Does somebody
I'm not-
already own it? Do you?
yeah, we do.
Okay.
I might sell it to the county.
Is that on the floodplain? I was just about to ask that.
It's
I guarantee you.
pretty damn close. I have definitely seen water around it. I don't know that we've ever gotten flooded out, but it's certainly been close.
Yeah, it don't matter, it's what the map says.
Yeah, I've never looked.
What
Do you have a
about,
question, or are you
No, I'm voting for it.
preemptively voting? What if he says no's first?
We had a motion and a second there, Chairman.
all right, got a motion, second discussion. Paul's already voted.
Done yet?
Is that ayes, Mr. Chairman, or nays?
That's 5 yeas.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Chris.
Do you want to keep it? You can.
It passed, and we're good.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Cotton, I'm still trying to find you. I see you up here, but okay, we got, where's Deidre?
Are you on here?
11C.
11C, consideration approval of interlocal agreements with Macon County Board of Education. Mr. Manager, anything you need to add to that?
No, sir. We glad to have School Board Member Ms. Breeden here with us this evening. And I think the legal counsel for the school board presented these at our May 28th meeting and kind of described, this is typical procedural action on how these projects take place and gave us the resolutions to review. And they're on the agenda for your approval at this time.
I don't know. Really, I just wanted to verify through legal counsel that this is what we need to do.
Those are permissible, yes.
Is there any time limit on these? I mean, we're in essence, this is a blank check. There's no amounts on any of these. What,
Well, there isn't any money being,
pardon?
we're not giving them money. This is
No, but we're-
projects that you're already paying for.
Yeah, we're approving something.
You're approving, this is, two of them are, for the financing, it's gonna be mandatory on the high school project. The others are just showing that when this is done, this is gonna be for the benefit of the school system and the school board to operate and maintain. And these are their respective,
One of those out.
responsibilities in these construction
Make
projects.
Brandon understand.
Yeah, there is.
Basically, you are writing the check for these
I got
projects.
a question.
That's what that says.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Who's gonna oversee these projects?
Oh, well, he's
Oh, you
going
got
to.
LS3P on one, you got
who's-
Illinois, and you've got
CM at
Carol
risk.
Daniel, you got Lori,
You got Carol Daniel, architect,
Jack Morgan.
Jack
Jack
Morgan.
Morgan, Joe Allen, the county commissioners, the school board.
But we're ceding control back to complete control back to the BOE, Board of Education, right?
Not until they're finished. You're in charge of the project. I don't understand your question. I don't.
Well,
know
if
you're
I could find,
being-
Ownership
this is
of
not what I'm
property.
looking for.
Right. We will own it
We'll
while we
have to own
construct it. As long as we have debt on it,
Debt.
the county will continue to own
Own
it.
it, and we'll lease it back to the school.
Where,
Lease it back to the school.
that's not
So
what,
anything we have debt on, the county owns. For example, Highlands, we already own. The Highland School, the county already owns. Because that incurred debt several years ago, and it was transferred back from the school board to the county.
Okay.
well,
One wording here says county desires for the Board of Education to oversee the school projects and Board of Education is willing to undertake such obligation.
You know, which one is that one? That's the Nantahala School probably.
it's,
The Macon Middle School track,
Franklin High School project.
I'll say the middle school track should be the school system overseeing it. Because we've appropriated money, they should be, they bid it out, they've got the contract, they should be overseeing that one. And then Nantahala Septic should follow the same pattern.
All right, so what are you looking at on the Franklin?
I'm looking at page 2 of my heading is State of North Carolina Interlocal Agreement Franklin High School Project. The one with the yellowed lines. That's page 1. Page 2 would be under, right above 1I. 1.
One eye.
No. Are you
I'm on page 2 of the interlocal agreement with the Franklin.
halfway on page 2?
Okay,
Whereas the county will hold fee simple title to the school property.
oh, okay, section 1, the Board of Education agrees. That one?
And whereas the county desires for the Board of Education to oversee their school project.
well,
It's the last whereas on page 2
Yeah,
here.
that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's incorrect. That's a good catch, Mr. Lawyer.
And that may be some old wording, maybe
I just
they
do it
had
on
Terry
Saturdays.
Bell.
I don't do it
Terry Bell
full-time.
used to manage their school projects, I wonder if it's some old wording. from
you
an
only
old
get $20 an hour too, don't
Because
you?
Terry Bell worked with schools with us and would oversee some of them in the past.
I mean,
Well, yeah, I
there's
mean,
got to be a clear delineation of responsibility of oversight. and I understand the construction management process, but I know in the past when things have happened, of course, we didn't use the process we're using now. That's just a question.
No, you're correct.
Well, I mean, even if,
Usually I am, but I just wanted to clarify in public.
I was gonna clarify for this one, you're correct.
well, this says to retain sole responsibility. This says the Board of Education agrees to retain sole responsibility for decisions relating to the design of school renovations, if any, that are made necessary by the MMS track project, including school facilities or addition to school facilities within the scope of this agreement. We go right back to the Macon Middle School track. We went around the world. We're right back to the same guy, but guess what? We added a parking lot.
And $300,000.
And it didn't have the appropriate amount of asphalt. So, Nantahala wastewater treatment. We got an engineer to design it, we're gonna dump it right back in the river. No, we're not. So, through this whole process, we're the funding arm. We ought to be very much involved in this design stuff. And have some kind of authority and oversight by this board so that when it comes time to approve funding, we know what we're paying for. But these things, I mean, to retain sole responsibility for decisions related to the design, and then it goes on to say that the county, let me find where this says, that wording's on all of them. And then it says that the Board of Education is going to supervise the contracts for the design. And then it basically, I mean, through this whole process, the way I read it, which it's basically, we're gonna design it, just write us a check and don't ask questions.
Well, with
That's
these
the way
four
I take
projects
out of
here,
it.
there needs to be someone, I mean, not knocking the Board of Education or anybody that just works in that. They don't have construction experience. They're teachers and principals and educators. You don't look for them to have construction contract experience. So just from, if I will not be on the board when most of these things are carried out, but just, it seems to me that if you're going to invest $150 million in capital projects and you're writing the check, you want a pretty, now I know on the high school project, you've got the concept that we're utilizing for that construction, but
And we got Jack, he's level 3
yeah, that's, and we
certified.
want him clearly delineated. And his responsibilities and his oversight, and is he gonna take on all focal oversight?
To Mr. Pittman's point, and I mean, I do think it's a valid point there. The middle school athletic facility outside, like, I walked around once we got done, and who walks, and this is a genuine question, who does the walkthrough? Just like you would if you were to have America someplace build your home, and you walk through, like, who has the punch list and says, fix the paint here, sow some grass there, no, you can't throw down 4 railroad ties, that looks, you know, we just put the 2 in that. So who's that guy?
Jack was, at the middle school project, Jack, a representative from the schools, and our architect.
Okay. And maybe it's like this board, I mean, I don't mind, I'm really picky, but I feel like I just want to make sure that when we
Sure.
walk through that punch list.
Absolutely, it wouldn't hurt, I don't think it'd hurt a thing, Commissioner Young, to have a commissioner go along
Well.
through with the walkthrough. I think that would be great.
Well,
So I recommend we table these, go through them again closer, specifically me.
So move, Mr. Counsel.
yeah. Sorry, dude.
Next.
Okay.
I recommend a good attorney.
Hey, blame it on the,
Miss Carter. John. You seconded, right?
What we got?
Whatever. Kill them real quick, let's go on. God. I
not the Stephanie.
The track and the septic, the septic and the track's supposed to be on y'all.
So can we have some, like, I just want to make sure all that's very clear that.
That's the way I understand, and Ms. Breeden's raising the issue is which ones are they in charge of? And it's my understanding that they're gonna be in charge of the Nantahala School and the
Middle school
middle
track.
school track. And so I guess I need feedback from the board as to the way as I read these closer. The other two projects is that the county is providing 100% oversight and still retaining some oversight over these others since we're writing the check. In other words, we're gonna take out the word sole. I think I saw the one about in the Nantahala one.
I think that's a dangerous term, is sole.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
I think it's maybe a shared or joint.
Right, and so anyway, I'll review that with those parameters, that's where it's my understanding that I'm gonna review that, right?
Why would it be either or? Why wouldn't there be a precedent for all or none?
I'm sorry.
I mean, I just don't understand why one or two they get authority over, one or two we get authority over. To me,
It's
it seems
about
like,
Well, I
borrowing
was under
money.
the impression we didn't want to be in charge of.
It's about borrowing the money.
constructing And being in charge of constructing the Nantahala sewer project.
Well-
for reasons we discussed in closed session.
I don't remember discussing that.
Well, we hadn't had real good luck with either the middle school track or the Nantahala sewer project.
Well, on my
We-
level, from the finance perspective, when we go out and borrow money, we have to be responsible, right? It's Macon County, we're signing the debt instrument, we have to be responsible for that. But like Macon Middle School track's a perfect example. The school board went out and solicited an architect, the school board put it out to bid through said architect. You know, they will be the ones entering into the contract with whoever that low bidder was, I don't remember their name. So that one, they
Geoservices.
definitely need to be over. They treat it as regular school capital outlay, so they pay the bills. Their finance officer sends me, every time a
sense.
payment's made, a copy of an invoice, a copy of a check, and I reimburse them weekly. So that's how Macon Middle needs to flow.
And
And
the
I
same with
envision,
Nantahala.
and I envision Nantahala the same, because again, it's a smaller project, we're not borrowing money.
But it's
Same.
who solicits the RFQ or RFP is more or less who should
Yeah,
be
is who should be in
in charge
charge,
of the
yeah.
project. That's a good
And it
answer.
usually is tied to, again, huge projects that involve borrowing money, that the county definitely has to be in charge of.
Does it have to be phrased sole oversight,
No, it doesn't have to, we can,
shared?
we can,
Some of
yeah,
them-
we won't give, nobody will have, they won't have sole because it's still coming back to Lori's
Yeah.
eyes regardless.
To me, for reimbursement, like on Macon Middle School track and Nantahala, it'll be a
Nantahala.
reimbursement basis, so nobody's ever solely, responsible. There's still communication and we're working together, so.
They wouldn't spend $700,000 to still dump it in the river. I mean, that would have been disastrous. So we don't have a good track record there.
Well-
Track record.
And I'll go even a little deeper in that. The conversations about the Highland School expansion. We were told $5.5 million. It comes back for $7.8 million. Well, I asked the question, where's the fluff? There isn't any fluff. When I went up there to the school last Friday and met with them, there's an outdoor classroom at $700,000 added to that. I've never had a discussion until Friday about that. And so these things, communications and everything else is key to getting a vote for funding.
Okay.
Do you mind if I stand up and speak?
You go.
I would just love to clarify something. Because really, we're not vying for any sort of authority or sole responsibility for these projects. Our desire is to clarify what your expectation for our role is. Because for the last year, I have been going back and forth over those two projects in particular, unsure of what my role is. And this was something that I advocated for. Those particular two MOUs was something that I advocated for to clarify what our expectation is in getting these projects completed. Because I know there's frustration. I'm experiencing the frustration. We're made a complete circle with the track. But that was because of some of the miscommunication that occurred here. No, we don't want to do it that way. Apples to oranges, go back and do this. Okay, we've done this. All right, here we are. And we still don't like it. So these two MOUs, respectfully, are to help clarify what we need to be doing so that we can do it correctly and we can speed up these processes and get Nantahala done and get the track done and put those behind us.
Really, on the track, there's nothing holding y'all back. We've appropriated the money. I've communicated that with Angie, your finance officer. You should
Right.
be able to enter into the contract and go.
Yes,
As long as
and-
y'all have it budgeted on your side.
And I do appreciate that, and I feel confident about the middle
Yeah.
school track one. It was the Nantahala one that had us concerned, because I believe it was like 3 meetings ago. I don't know, y'all had a lot with your budget work, but it was about 3 months ago that when the Nantahala piece was brought back up, it was, well, we want the school board to take the lead on this. And we kind of stopped and said, what does that mean? So now we have these agreements that we have presented. And there's none of us that are saying it has to be approved the way it's written. We just want some clarification so that we know that we're doing the right thing, is all we're trying to do. We're trying to create that good, workable culture between the two boards so that we're doing what is expected of us and we're getting the goals met. Yes.
Yeah, and
Okay.
now that you're talking about that, let's talk just a few minutes about the soccer field in Highlands. If you go back several months ago, I met with the engineers and stuff up there and walked all over Satula Mountain up there. Here's 4 streams. This is a swamp. This used to be the softball field. A year later, in the paper, it just came out exactly what I said months ago. And we went through a year process of, so somewhere along the line, it's like dealing with Josh and a crane or Paul with wastewater treatment. They're experts, they're professionals at this. Their insight must be used to move these things forward. That's the whole, I mean, it's just like with the lawnmower shop. We take a lawnmower down there to have it worked on it because they're professionals. Just like Paul said, we understand people are teachers, they're principals and all this other stuff, but rely on the experts that has the inside information instead of coming to these conclusions. And I get what you're saying with the track and everything else. We didn't have apples to apples bidding and everything else, but through that long process, because we're getting it done, but it took a long time to get there. And it took a little bit of frustrations and not necessarily what we need at the beginning, but now I'm assuming that it's straightened out.
Yes.
So the add-on stuff is the real kicker. When you don't talk about a parking lot, and then all of a sudden the bids come in, and they're higher. Why? Oh, we added some parking places. It's hard to fund that, Deidre. It's just,
Because your assumption is that it was the school board alone that
No.
said that was the parking spaces?
No, I never heard about adding a parking lot to that track. Just like the outdoor classroom at the Highland School. So when you throw all that stuff back in for funding, it's hard to just come out and throw out $2 million just because. That's hard. When you're looking at funding $5.5 million and then all of a sudden you're $2.5–3 million over that, it's
I
hard.
completely understand. And
Yeah.
again, I think that's the purpose of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to create a better culture between our two boards. Proactive, open communication, which is the whole foundation behind
That's right.
giving these things to you.
Communications
From
is
this
key
point
to-
forward, things can be,
Sometimes in government, it's hard to delineate a strict line of responsibility.
I understand that as well. But as
Just
long
like
as there's some
Two classic
clear.
examples. I never knew, who said, we didn't need ADA parking lot at Macon Middle School. Problem there is we've been swayed by the architectural team, and naturally, their project creep includes a lot of this stuff. Well, I mean, maybe our direction to the architect was not clearly defined, either your board or our board or whomever. But It's just project creep, and I don't know who's responsible for controlling that, but anyway, we just gotta get them done.
Yeah, thank you, DJ.
Where are we?
Who knows?
Moving to,
Poor Miss Cotton wait 4.5 hours.
12A.
Where are we? Okay.
I've lost my agenda again.
Ms.
I've
Cotton,
got an extra one, you want?
No.
Ms. Cotton, you win the teddy bear. How you
Lord,
doing?
this thing.
You miss school? I miss you too.
I miss my kiddos, I miss my people, yep. But I have plenty to keep me busy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, in your package, you should have the recommendations from the community funding pool.
I did have.
We've met over the last 3 months to go over applications and that sort of thing, put them through the vetting process that we always do, and voted to fully fund Kids Place, CareNet, and the REACH project. And then we added the Bascom project because it was such a small amount that if we reduce it, it would be, no point. The Bascom is, the project that they had asked for funding for is their summer kids project that they, art projects that they have in the summertime for kids in Macon County.
Where's it located?
It's in Highlands. Mhm.
What is the International Friendship Center of Highlands?
International Friendship Center,
That's up at the old hospital.
right.
What is it? I mean, what?
It's just international friendship. It's, actually Jill Montana started that
Scares me.
many, many years ago. It's just an office where the migrants and everybody, they have a place to go to for learning. Go in there for job search, anything like that. It's just where they can go, where they can have friends that's international people.
And I didn't mean to kick community fund, nothing personal in my statements. Yeah, we all have our preferences on funding.
I'm just there because you said, please be on this committee, so I'm good.
We all have funding. Gary has his preference. When I look down here, I don't even know what some of these are, and that's the reason I'm questioning it.
And that's why we go through every application, vet them, make sure that they're a legitimate project and that it will in some way benefit all the citizens of Macon County or a huge chunk in different areas. And then when we do the vetting, every person on the committee scores each application. And that's how we come up with the recommended amount as opposed to the requested amount.
It bothers me that
Yeah.
the Teen Challenge didn't get favorable.
Right.
What is the Magnolia Mission Corporation?
Magnolia Mission is for foster care.
It's what?
They work with foster care families to prepare them to be prepared to get their license and to be ready for kids to come into their homes.
All-site shelter, volunteers?
That is the Noah's Ark shelter. It's it was by the people that used to own Noah's Ark. They have a nonprofit where they spay and neuter animals.
And they got the same funding as Teen Challenge. Pisgah Legal Services?
Pisgah Legal Services provide legal services for people who cannot afford it. They provided us with how many people they did in Macon County. They provided us with the examples of different things that they helped them with, that sort of thing, legal assistance that they can't afford.
They scored pretty high, 60% funding. I'm not kicking you or anybody else. I'm just, these are thoughts that I have. If someone asks me on the street,
right,
I'm gonna tell them what you told me. No. And then, Read to Me?
Read to Me is a children's literacy. Children's literacy, when I was reading specialist for the county, we had kids coming into kindergarten that had never held a book before. They didn't know they were holding it upside down. They didn't know how to take care of a book. They didn't know anything about books. So their mission was to put books in the hands of children. So I am one of the board members of Read to Me and the founding members.
Dolly Parton.
Right, we provide the Dolly Parton Imagination Library to the children, preschoolers of Macon County.
Free books,
So
yeah.
they get that book in the mail every month until they turn 5 years old.
And together we can do great things.
That is also foster care. I believe they are making, they have bought a house for the use of those kids that, and with my former job, I know that there are children in Macon County that have spent the night at DSS for several days until they can be placed in foster care. So they are providing services for those kids. They are providing a house that they can go and sleep in instead of sleeping in the DSS office, that sort of thing. So that's what they're working towards.
And I'll cater back to what John said. I choose my charities that I donate to. Some are on here, but I don't think I would tell John where his money has to go.
Yeah. Teen Challenge of the Smokies, and you should also know, if you know me, anything about me, I am all for helping our students and our young men who have addictions. The area that, and we go by a rubric that has been in place for quite a while, is how many Macon County people they serve. And unfortunately, with the Teen Challenge program, they don't serve our Macon County people here. Maybe 2 or 3, but they send them somewhere else because the whole point is to get them away from the environment where they're failing. Now, my argument was, when we were discussing this, is yes, they send ours somewhere and we get somebody else's, but hopefully somewhere they're taking care of our kids like we're taking care of these. So that's the issue there.
Thank you for what you do.
Thanks.
Just
Okay.
a question on there. There's nothing on here that has anything to do with seniors?
Senior citizens. Well, we
Well, I
only
mean-
go with the applications that we receive.
Okay,
So,
that's what I
yeah,
was
yeah.
wondering if,
We put the applications out there, whoever sends in an application.
so like the
Now they-
senior center
Right. they
did
have-
not,
No, it has to be a nonprofit.
okay,
So, yeah.
okay, yeah.
What about Kaylee's Closet? Did they apply?
They did not apply. No.
They're doing good things.
Yes, they are. Very good things.
Thank you, Ms. Cotton. for all
Thank you.
do.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right.
Good to see you again.
Thanks.
Come back and see us when you got longer to stay.
Yeah, let's see.
Mr. Shields, if the board would like to approve these as presented, I think we'll need to accept the recommendations from the community funding pool. That'll need to be voted on.
Well, I thought we'd done that already. You got a motion?
I mean, you can, just so I can clear my conscience, I think everybody in here knows that I really wanted to see Teen Challenge funded. It's hard to undermine the process you guys went through and me sit up here, look at this paper for 15 minutes and switch around the hours, time you put into it. So I'm fine with however you guys want to do it. I mean, thank you for sticking around.
One other thing I meant to tell you is a lot of times the grants, the other grants that people apply for, nonprofits apply for, requires a local government contribution. So I know a lot of the grants that I apply for Read to Me, what we funded tonight, we'll get 168 kids their books for a year. We've got over 1,000 that get them. So we have to get our money from other places. So if you, fill out other grant applications, it will ask you, do you have support from your local government through funding? And that is a requirement for a whole lot of grants that are out there, private grants, grants that come from corporations that their local government is behind them on this project.
So these contributions open the door
For more money.
to larger funding opportunities, yeah.
Exactly.
Is this all that apply?
This is all that applied. Everyone, we did not disqualify anybody this year.
I remember a couple years ago, I think there were more, and we were at 7,500 apiece.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. There was
During
very few
COVID, it
applicants, so we
dropped
upped
way
it.
back. The applications dropped back during COVID. Because a lot of people weren't going out and meeting people and doing.
Yes.
We get to do this again next year. Call the question.
I still say it goes back to what you said there a while ago, what I've seen at Reaching Kids Place, is you have to have your local government supporting you, and when you check that box, that allows you to, your grant gets bigger, and it goes further. Excuse me for interrupting you there, brother.
No, I was done.
We've had a motion, second discussion
Ain't had a motion, hadn't had a second, hadn't had any discussion.
on this right here.
Huh?
Go ahead, John. Go ahead. Waiting on you.
I'll make- you wanna make- Can I make a motion?
Sure you can.
Okay. I make a motion, Macon County Community Funding Pool. We accept their funding recommendations. June 24. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Is there any more discussion? If not, all in agreement? Five and oh. Thank you, ma'am. See you, Ms. Carter. Let's see. Hang on, you're making me lose my place now.
Consent agenda.
Consent agenda.
Only question I've got on the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman, would be on, and I asked Derek briefly about it, since I represent Nantahala and have been pretty instrumental in the library and the community club expansion. And they'll ask me about this, I'm sure. A quick recap of what we've got in that, Lori, in the Nantahala project. Is that off the top of your head, or would you need to dig?
Got it, if I can find the ordinance.
It is
I
4
believe-
pages from the back on the agenda,
I
double-sided.
believe we have 450,000 for now. We had, hold on, let me get there.
You want this one?
I just gotta get this laptop scrolling. Franklin High, so yes, the last one. Bear with me. So just trying to get you there.
And there's a typo in the amendment, too.
A typo, no problem. Okay, so initially, the Board of Commissioners, I believe, had appropriated $500,000 transfer from the general fund. Then we received $300,000 from the State Capital Infrastructure Grant for a total of $800,000. But then, I believe it was towards the beginning of this fiscal year, you voted to take $350,000 of that money, transfer it back to the general fund to cover the broadband in the Nantahala area, if you'll recall that. So there's $450,000 remaining for construction/renovation up there. And so Jack Morgan and I met earlier this week, well, yesterday. And I don't know what day it is at this moment, but
We'll be Wednesday real soon.
I know, to go over the construction cost and see how much we'd have left, of course, to furnish that facility, you know, because you're having a brand-new facility, you want to have some nice furnishings for the library, et cetera. So it looks like we've got enough funds to, you know, accommodate their furnishing needs and, of course, finish the project, et cetera.
And then when you were doing, how was the allocation between the community building, community club part, and the library? Just whatever.
It's just one project total. You know, it was just, it was put out to bid as one total project.
Okay.
And like the ordinance, you'll notice is Nantahala Library / community building.
So we're into this for about 450?
450 total, yes,
Does that
sir.
include land purchase?
Land, no. I don't think that does. I would have to check my records, but I don't think it included land purchase.
Because I've had a request, and I don't ever ask anything for my constituents, but they
Yeah.
want to do some of the little history of Nantahala in the community club park. They've got these old pictures, they're going to have them blown up, and they want to
Okay.
frame them. Is there going to be some funds left for some accents?
Potentially, like I said, Jack and I just met yesterday trying to figure out what we could buy furnishing wise, so I would think as long as it's not a major expense,
No, it
there
wouldn't
should
major.
be.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, that just reinforces my head. That's all I've got.
But yeah, I can look on the land thing and get back with you, but I don't think that
I don't
includes the
think
land
it's included,
purchase.
because that was 160.
Because I think we had bought the land a few years before we really got, serious into this project, so I'll look that up for you though and shoot you an email or call you.
Yes, no big deal. I trust you.
So you're having a ribbon cutting over there July,
That I don't know. I don't know when it's supposed to be finished.
Close.
You are the ribbon cutter, ain't you?
yeah. John's a sign man too, down at the.
Anything else on the consent agenda?
Well, I guess not, because I lost it.
Huh?
We'll have to hire you a bookkeeper over there. I look like the chairman.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Paul does that quick, he knows I can't see it. 5-0, I believe.
Motion to adjourn.
Really?
Wait a minute, we got.
Whoa.
14. You and
I can make the motion.
Appointments.
You don't have to second it.
14.
You and Anton, Jeff, you already got 2 votes,
Listen, I tried to
You
make that
second
motion
that.
30 minutes ago.
what we got, TDC, Highlands Tourism, Commission, 2 seats.
Motion to approve recommendations.
Golly, I don't even know them. Mr. District 1 man?
Yes, sir, what is it?
The
Well, you
Highlands,
have two seats and 2 applications.
okay.
And these were the recommendations from the TDC Commission in Highland.
And names are,
Oh, sorry.
Joe and Jack.
I know, but
Charlotte Moore.
Thomas.
Muir.
Somebody.
Thomas Keenan and Charlotte
You're
Muir.
do we have to?
good people, good people.
Have to make a motion or anything on that, or just accept it?
I make a motion that we,
accept it.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? If not, right hand up. Closed session is allowed under.
We don't need one?
don't
Had
need
one.
We can adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion not to adjourn.
go ahead.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
I'm
Okay.
about to go to sleep on.
So I'm sorry, for Tammy's record, who made the motion to adjourn? Paul made the motion.
Did I do it
Mr.
properly?
Antoine
Mr. Nelson?
seconded it. Third.
And Young seconded it, so I need a vote. Vote.
All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Hasta luego, amigo.